The first time you notice it, it's almost invisible. A flicker behind the ribs, a spark under the tongue. Someone says a careless word. Traffic hems you and a message arrives at the worst possible moment, and the body surges forward before the mind has arrived. Reaction is quick, like thunder. Response is slow, like rain. If you've ever wondered why small things can feel so large, it's because our attention tightens around them, mistaking the passing cloud for the permanent sky. The Buddha pointed to this with gentle clarity. What we cling to, we become tangled in. What we see clearly, we can set down. This is the doorway we will walk through away from reflex and toward freedom. Imagine a still mountain lake at dawn. When stones are thrown, the surface breaks into rings, but the lake's nature is not the ringing, it is the depth beneath. Our lives too have depth. We forget breath awareness, the subtle luminosity of attention that can witness a storm without becoming its wind. To stop reacting to everything isn't about becoming a statue. It's about remembering we are more lake than ripple. Consider this story. In a crowded city, a bicycle courier flies through morning traffic late, an irritable jaw clenched against horns and heat. At an intersection, a car lurches into the bike lane, forcing him to brake hard. The courier's pulse explodes. Words rise to the mouth, barbed hot, ready to fly. He sees the driver's face, older eyes, watery confusion etched there. A hand lifts in apology. The courier hears the old impulse say, "Let them have it." But something quieter intervenes 3 breaths. One to return to the body, one to feel the heat without obeying it, one to see the driver as a human being instead of an obstacle. The light changes. He glides forward. No victory parade, no spiritual fireworks, just the absence of a small war that didn't have to be fought. This is the flavor of non-reactivity, ordinary, unspectacular, deeply liberating. We are not punished for anger. We are punished by anger. It squeezes the heart long after the moment passes, hooking us to memories that replay like a broken reel. Yet anger itself is not the enemy. It is a messenger, raw energy, announcing a boundary, a fear, a wound. To master reaction is to bow to the messenger without letting it drive the carriage. When we meet a surge with awareness, we loosen the knot of identity. I feel anger replaces I am angry. The difference is a door. On one side, you are welded to the flame. On the other, you hold it like a lantern, lighting the path instead of burning the hand. Buddhism calls our attention to 3 currents that shape this training: impermanence, non-self, and interdependence. Impermanence whispers that every feeling, however fierce, is weather, not climate. Non-self reminds us that thoughts and emotions appear in awareness. They are not the owner of the house. Interdependence shows how conditions braid together: poor sleep, a hurried schedule, a careless tone, an old memory. When we see the web, we stop blaming the spider we imagine ourselves to be. We tend the strands instead: rest, food, boundaries, kindness. This is wisdom in work clothes. A practical beginning is the pause, the smallest form of freedom. A pause is not avoidance, it is hospitality. Let me meet this guest before I seat them at the head of the table. Try this when the spark ignites: tight chest, heat in the face, words crowding the mouth. Place your attention at the nostrils, feeling one full in-breath and one out-breath. Notice the body's posture. Soften the belly. Unclench the jaw, lower the shoulders. Ask silently, what am I believing right now? Often the belief is absolute. This should not be happening as if the world had broken a contract to serve our preferences. Seeing that belief loosens it. Space opens. With space, choice becomes possible. Name it to tame it. Not poetry, not analysis, just a gentle label. Heat, sadness, fear, defensiveness. Labeling is not to distance yourself from feeling, but to give it contour so it doesn't flood the whole room. The mind that can say this is fear has already found a vantage point larger than fear. The Buddha taught mindfulness as remembering the body in the body, feeling in feeling, mind in mind. When remembered, the present moment is wide enough to include both you and the person before you. Speech is one of the quickest highways for reaction. The tongue can be a sword or a bridge. Before we let words go, we can pass them through 3 gates. Is it true? Is it helpful? Is it kind? Truth without kindness can be cruelty. Kindness without truth can be flattery. Helpfulness without either can be meddling. Silence, too, is a sacred option. Not the silence of withdrawal, a slammed door, but the silence that waits until the heart is steady enough to speak cleanly. Better one word that brings peace than 1,000 that leave ash. You may ask, if I don't react, won't I be walked over? Non-reactivity is not passivity. It is disciplined agency. A calm mind can set a firm boundary without poison. Think of bamboo soft to the wind, unbroken by the storm. When you are no longer rushed by the first wave, you can choose the right action. Say no, take space, make amends, ask for clarity. Reactivity is a puppet show of habit. Response is authorship. Another tenderness in this training is to recognize the roots beneath the thorns. Sometimes the present moment touches something ancient, a childhood dismissal echoed by a co-worker's tone, the scent of abandonment stirred by a delayed reply. If you can feel the age of the pain without narrating it into eternity, the present becomes a sanctuary for healing rather than a courtroom for sentencing. A journal can help. Write the trigger at the top of the page. Then ask, what value was touched? What fear came forward? What would protection look like that does not injure anyone, including me? Often what we need is not victory, but care. Environments matter. A mind marinated in constant noise, outrage, and performance will be quick to flare. Curate your inputs the way a gardener tends water and light. Seek companions whose presence encourages your better speech, your slower breath. Spend time where the nervous system can remember how to rest under trees beside rivers, in rooms where you are not required to be impressive. Meditation. 5 minutes is a cathedral. When you truly sit, teaches the hands to set down what they cannot carry. Even the kettle knows water finds its quiet when the flame is turned low. Return again and again to the simplest teacher breath. Shallow when hurried, deep when safe. The breath is the seam where body and mind meet. Try box breathing when the day tightens. Inhale to a slow 4 hold for 4. Exhale for 4. Rest for 4. Repeat 3 times. Feel the exhale lengthen, like a tide pulling pebbles softly back to sea. With each cycle, ask less of the world and more of your own steadiness. This is not denial of difficulty. It is the cultivation of a stance from which difficulty can be met. Let us end this first step with a small vow you can carry in your pocket. When provoked, I will take 3 breaths before I choose. If I cannot be kind, I will be clear. If I cannot be clear, I will be quiet. After the 3rd breath, I will act in service of what I value, not in obedience to what I fear. This is not a promise of perfection. It is a compass set toward freedom. Some days you will forget, and the old lightning will strike. That too is part of practice. After the storm, sweep gently. Make tea. Apologize quickly. Begin again. The mountain lake is still here, even when the wind writes briefly on its face. You are not the wind, and you are not the writing. You are the depth that can welcome both and remain whole. In the chapters ahead, we will walk deeper into these waters, tracing the roots of anger and resentment, learning to speak with clean fire, to hold boundaries without burning bridges, to find the quiet room inside when the world grows loud. For now, notice just one moment today. When the flicker rises, offer it your 3 breaths. Let the small war end before it begins. This is how liberation sounds, like a soft exhale you barely notice, and a life that suddenly feels a little wider. There is a moment after the storm when the world seems to hold its breath. The air is clear, the earth smells alive, and everything feels freshly born. That is what happens inside when you learn to pause. Clarity follows chaos, and you see not only what has happened, but how your mind shaped it. The Buddha called this seeing vipassana insight, the ability to look at experience directly without the fog of preference. It is not magic, it is intimacy with reality. We spend much of our lives reacting not to life itself, but to the stories we tell about it. Someone forgets to return a message, and the mind writes a novel of rejection. A plan changes, and the mind predicts disaster. We meet the shadow of our own expectations and call it the world. Yet the moment we see the story as story, it begins to loosen its grip. Reaction shrinks when truth is seen. Try this reflection. Every event has 2 layers, the raw experience and the commentary. Rain falls. That is the fact. The thought, "my day is ruined," is the commentary. Between them lies the space of freedom. Most of our suffering happens in that commentary, not in the rain. When awareness widens enough to notice this gap, you can choose to stand under the rain without complaint, or step under a shelter without resentment. The rain no longer decides your mood. The Buddha compared the awakened mind to a lotus blooming in muddy water. The mud is not denied, it nourishes the flower. Likewise, our difficulties are not mistakes, they are compost for understanding. Every irritation is an invitation to clarity if we can sit still long enough to listen. The problem is not that life brings discomfort, it's that we demand it be otherwise. When we release that demand, peace appears not imported from elsewhere, but uncovered as light beneath clouds. Picture an old monk sitting beneath a Bodhi tree. A traveler approaches furious about an injustice done to him. The monk listens silently until the man finishes his tirade, then points to the river. "See how it carries the leaves," he says. "If the river fought every leaf, it would never reach the sea." The traveler frowns. "So I should do nothing?" The monk smiles. "No, flow wisely, but do not wrestle the leaves. To flow wisely means to act without hatred. It's to know the difference between response and retaliation. Response emerges from clarity, retaliation from confusion. One builds bridges, the other burns them. When we respond, we act with awareness of cause and consequence. When we retaliate, we act from blindness, ensuring the wheel of pain keeps spinning. You can begin training this awareness through micro moments of mindfulness. Before opening a message, before answering a call, before stepping into a meeting, pause for one breath. Feel your feet, your hands, your heart. This tiny gesture brings you back to the body, the present temple where truth resides. Reactions lose their power when they cannot find a host. Emotions, when acknowledged, dissolve naturally. Suppression is a kind of violence. Indulgence is another. Mindfulness stands in the middle, seeing, feeling, releasing. Like watching a cloud form, move, and vanish. No need to chase or flee. Anger, fear, desire, they visit. You bow, you breathe, you let them pass. With practice, you'll discover that what you called my anger is just weather through the sky of awareness. Still, insight alone is not enough. Compassion must join it. Without compassion, mindfulness becomes cold observation. Compassion warms insight into wisdom. When you feel the surge of judgment toward another, recall that every human being suffers just in different disguises. The person who hurt you acts from their own confusion as you have from yours. Understanding this does not excuse harm, but it frees you from hatred. To forgive is not to forget. It is to stop carrying the fire that burns your own hands. There is a deeper layer to non-reactivity humility, the recognition that we are participants in a vast web of causes. Every emotion that rises in you was seeded by countless moments, genes, upbringing, weather fatigue, hunger words from years ago. Seeing this blame loses its sharpness. You realize no one stands alone as the sole architect of anger or peace. This view does not make you passive. It makes you gentle because gentleness is born from understanding how fragile and interconnected all beings are. A practical meditation each evening. Recall one moment from your day when you reacted sharply. Close your eyes and replay it like a slow-motion film. Notice your breath, your body, the thought that triggered the flame. Then imagine rewinding time to that instant and insert a breath, a pause. Watch how the scene changes. Even in imagination, you can feel the difference. The body softens, the outcome shifts. This rehearsal plants seeds for future awareness. Next time, the pause might arise on its own. As your practice deepens, life will test it. Someone will cut you off, criticize you, misjudge you. The old reflexes will beckon. That's when you remind yourself, storms are not personal. The wind does not choose whom to blow against. When you stop taking every gust as an insult, the world stops being an enemy. You start to live from the center, not from the edges. There is a phrase in Pali Upekkha equanimity, the evenness of heart that neither clings nor rejects. It is not indifference. It is steady love. Imagine a candle flame in a windless room, still bright, unwavering. That is the heart cultivated through mindfulness. When life's winds arrive, the flame may bend, but does not extinguish. Each breath, each pause, each act of awareness is the quiet tending of that flame. In daily life, we can practice equanimity through small kindnesses. When you feel impatience rising, soften your tone. When you feel envy, bless the person you envy. When you feel fear, place a hand over your heart and whisper, "I am safe in this moment." These gestures seem small, but they rewire the nervous system toward compassion. They remind the mind that peace is an option available now, not a prize at the end of achievement. Remember, awareness grows, not through striving, but through remembering. You are already equipped with what you seek: the capacity to notice, to breathe, to choose. Non-reactivity is not a new personality to build. It is the removal of what obscures your natural calm. Like dust settling in a sunbeam, the mind clears when left undisturbed. So when next you find yourself on the verge of reaction, treat it as a bell of mindfulness ringing just for you. Let it remind you to wake up to the present, to your breath, to the simple truth that you are here. Every bell, every irritation, every discomfort is an invitation home. And home is not a destination. It is the quiet awareness that sees all things arise and pass. You are the witness behind the weather, the stillness beneath the sound. As you keep walking this path, reaction will visit less, and response, calm, wise, compassionate, will become your natural speech. The lake will reflect the sky again. In the next part, we'll dive deeper into the roots of emotion, how buried pain and hidden narratives shape our reactions, and how mindfulness can gently unearth them for healing. Until then, let each breath remind you, peace is not far away. It is the space between stimulus and response. There is a garden within each of us, a landscape of emotion, that flowers and wilts with the seasons of life. Some plants we have tended with love, patience, gratitude, compassion. Others have grown wild anger, jealousy, fear. Most of us spend our lives reacting to the surface of this garden, pulling weeds in panic when they appear without ever studying the soil that feeds them. Yet the Buddha taught that to transform the mind, one must first understand its roots. Only by looking deeply can we discover why we react the way we do, and how to meet those reactions with wisdom instead of resistance. Emotions are not enemies to be conquered. They are visitors carrying messages. Anger says, "Something feels threatened." Fear whispers, "I do not feel safe." Sadness murmurs, "Something precious has changed." Each emotion arises, peaks, and fades if we allow it. But when we resist or suppress it, it begins to root itself in the subconscious, shaping future reactions long after the moment has passed. Our work then is not to fight emotion, but to sit with it long enough to hear what it has to say. Imagine walking through an old forest. You see fallen branches, twisted roots, patches of shadow. Beneath it all, the earth breathes quietly, undisturbed. Your mind is much the same. The clutter of thought and memory on the surface can make you forget the silent strength beneath. When we react, it is usually because we are lost in the underbrush, tripping over what lies unseen. But when we pause, breathe, and look down clearly, the path opens again. There is a story from the Zen tradition of a young monk who was sweeping the temple courtyard. A visitor approached and shouted insults, calling him lazy and foolish. The monk paused, mid-sweep, looked up and smiled gently. The visitor asked, "Why don't you react? Don't you care what I said?" The monk replied, "If someone offers me a gift and I do not take it, who does it belong to?" The visitor stood speechless. The monk simply returned to his sweeping. This story is not about perfection, it's about perspective. The monk's peace didn't come from ignoring insult. It came from understanding that not every emotion offered deserves acceptance. In our modern world, where words fly faster than breath, this wisdom is more necessary than ever. Each insult, each disagreement, each provocation can become a spark. But you always have the choice to be the mountain, not the match, to be still enough that anger has nowhere to land. When you resist picking up the fire, others throw at you. The cycle of reaction breaks, not just for you, but for everyone around you. Begin by noticing what triggers you most. Is it criticism? Being ignored? Feeling misunderstood? These triggers are not flaws. They are doorways to understanding. Behind every strong reaction lies an unmet need: recognition, love, respect, safety. When you trace a reaction to its root, you see it's not really about the present situation, but about something much older. Perhaps a forgotten moment of rejection still echoes in your chest, or a fear of being unseen still hides in your breath. Seeing these roots with compassion transforms reaction into release. One powerful exercise is emotional tracing. When a strong feeling arises, pause. Ask yourself, what am I really afraid of right now? Then when have I felt this before? Follow the thread backward, breath by breath. You may arrive at a childhood memory, a heartbreak, a time you felt small or unheard. When the memory appears, don't turn away. Offer it kindness. Say to yourself, "It's okay. You were hurt, but you are safe now." This simple act of acknowledgement begins the healing process. What was once buried now sees light, and in the light, it starts to dissolve. Meditation can also serve as a mirror for these hidden emotions. Sit quietly and allow whatever arises, pleasant or unpleasant, to surface. Do not judge it. Just observe. See the anger, the impatience, the sadness as clouds passing across the vast sky of your awareness. You are not the cloud. You are the sky. When this realization deepens, even intense emotions lose their power to define you. They come and go, but you remain the calm witness, unshaken and clear. There is a Buddhist saying, "Holding on to anger is like grasping a burning coal to throw at another. You are the one who gets burned." The same is true for resentment, guilt, and fear. These emotions linger when we feed them with stories "I should have." They shouldn't have. Why me? But when we stop feeding them, they fade naturally. Forgiveness, both for others and for ourselves, is the gentle hand that puts down the coal. It is not a favor to the one who hurt us. It is an act of mercy toward our own heart. Another way to uncover emotional roots is through conscious journaling. Each night, write about one moment in which you felt reactive. Describe what happened, how you felt, what you thought, and what you did. Then ask, what was I truly needing? With practice, you will begin to see patterns, recurring themes that reveal where healing is needed. Awareness alone starts to untangle these patterns. What we name, we can understand. What we understand, we can release. You might discover too that some of your reactions aren't yours alone, they are inherited. Generations of unspoken pain can pass silently from parent to child. Anger, fear, and shame can echo through families like old songs. But awareness breaks the chain. When you meet these inherited emotions with mindfulness, you become the bridge between suffering and peace. You heal not just yourself, but those who came before you and those who will come after. Remember, you do not need to destroy your emotions to be free of them. You only need to see them clearly and let them pass. The river doesn't fight its current. It flows, knowing that every bend leads to the sea. The same is true for you. Every emotion, every challenge, every reaction, if met with awareness, becomes part of your awakening. As you move through your day, carry this practice with you. When emotion arises, place a hand on your heart and say softly, "This too belongs," not to indulge it, but to recognize its impermanence. Then take one mindful breath and release it. Watch how even the heaviest feelings begin to soften when met with gentle acceptance. This is the art of transforming reaction into realization. And as you rest tonight, reflect on this truth. Peace does not come when the world stops challenging you. It comes when you stop needing to fight every challenge. When the garden of your heart is tended with awareness, weeds and flowers alike become teachers. In the next part, we'll explore the practice of forgiveness, how letting go of resentment and the need to be right can free the mind from its oldest chains and open the heart to compassion deeper than anger could ever reach. Forgiveness is not about erasing what happened. It is about freeing yourself from the weight of what no longer needs to be carried. Many people imagine forgiveness as a reward given to the other person, a pardon for their actions. But true forgiveness, in the light of Buddhist wisdom, is a gift you give to yourself. It is the untying of a knot that has lived too long in your heart. Think of a traveler walking across a desert, clutching a bag of stones. Each stone represents an old grudge, a memory of betrayal, a word that cut deep. The farther he walks, the heavier his burden becomes, yet he cannot let go, because each stone feels like justice, like proof of his pain. Only when exhaustion forces him to release one does he realize the truth. The desert never asked him to carry any of it. The sand does not care who is right or wrong. The only one suffering was him. We do this too, carrying our stones of resentment as if they protect us. In truth, they keep us chained to the very moments we wish to forget. The Buddha compared this to holding a burning coal with the intent to throw it at another. You are the one who burns. Forgiveness is dropping the coal, not because you approve of what happened, but because you refuse to suffer any longer. There is a story of a monk and a thief. The thief, overcome with guilt after years of stealing, came to the monk and said, "I have done terrible things. How can I ever be forgiven?" The monk replied, "Stop stealing." The thief bowed and promised. Weeks later, he returned again ashamed. "I stole again without thinking." The monk smiled gently. "Then stop thinking and be aware." Each time the thief came back expecting condemnation, he found only compassion. In time, awareness transformed him more than shame ever could. Forgiveness, you see, begins not with others, but within the moment we turn compassion inward and allow ourselves to start again. To forgive does not mean to forget or to let injustice continue. It means to stop reliving the wound. It means seeing that the past has already ended, and the only power it holds is the power you give it through memory. Awareness breaks that cycle. When you feel resentment rising, pause and ask, what am I holding on to? Is it the hope that the past will change? Is it the belief that your anger keeps you safe? These are illusions. The past is unchangeable, and anger does not protect it. Poisons slowly. Try this practice of release. Sit in silence, breathe deeply, and bring to mind the person or event that still stirs pain within you. Feel the resistance in your body, tightness in the chest, heat in the face. Do not fight it. Simply breathe into it. Say to yourself, I release the need to hold this any longer. With each exhale, imagine the anger dissolving into light. You may not feel immediate peace. That is all right. Forgiveness is often a process, not an event. Each breath softens the stone a little more. If forgiving someone else feels impossible, begin with forgiving yourself for not being ready. The heart opens in its own time. Pushing it only creates more resistance. Instead, cultivate compassion through understanding. Ask yourself, what pain drove them to act that way? This question does not excuse harm, but it reveals cause. And seeing cause brings wisdom. No one harms another from happiness. Those who wound are often wounded themselves, lost in the same cycle of ignorance and suffering you are now choosing to end. Remember the teaching of the Buddha. Hatred never ceases by hatred, but only by love. To love here does not mean to approve it, means to wish well-being, to wish awakening. When you wish freedom, even for those who wronged you, you dissolve the boundary between victim and villain, realizing both are trapped in the same storm of delusion. Compassion becomes the rain that ends it. There's a story of a woman who visited the Buddha, weeping for her lost son. She begged him to bring the boy back to life. The Buddha told her, "Bring me a handful of mustard seeds from a house untouched by death." She went door to door, but every home had known loss. She returned understanding. At last, suffering is universal. From that awareness, her grief softened into compassion for all who had lost. Forgiveness grows from the same soil, seeing that pain connects us more than it separates us. One of the most powerful acts of forgiveness you can offer is toward yourself. Many carry secret guilt, like a hidden wound, mistakes made, words spoken in anger, opportunities missed. These too are stones in the traveler's bag. To forgive yourself is to understand that ignorance, not evil, causes suffering. When you acted in anger or fear, you did so from unawareness. Now that awareness is blooming, Let it be your teacher, not your jailer. Whisper softly to yourself, I forgive me too. Writing can help heal this process. Try a forgiveness letter, not to send, but to release. Write to the person or to yourself, expressing every emotion you've held back. Let the words be raw, honest, imperfect. Then, when the heart feels ready, burn the paper safely or tear it into pieces. As the smoke rises or the fragments scatter, breathe deeply and imagine the weight leaving your body. The act is symbolic, but symbols speak to the soul more deeply than logic ever could. You might also practice metta-loving-kindness meditation. Sit quietly and repeat in your mind, may I be safe. May I be peaceful. May I live with ease. Then think of someone you love. May you be safe. May you be peaceful. May you live with ease. Next, bring to mind a neutral person, and finally the one who hurt you. May you be safe. May you be peaceful. May you live with ease. At first, your heart may resist. That is normal. Keep repeating even if the words feel hollow. Over time, your heart learns what your mind cannot force. The edges of anger soften. The soil of peace becomes fertile again. Forgiveness is the bridge between suffering and wisdom. It transforms the heavy why me into the spacious now I see. Each act of letting go is an act of faith that peace is possible, faith that you are more than what was done to you. When you forgive, you do not erase the past. You rewrite your relationship with it. The pain remains a chapter, not the title of your life. It becomes a teacher, a reminder of how strong you've become, how deeply you can love, how capable you are of releasing what no longer serves you. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine all the stones you've carried placed gently on the ground beside you. Whisper to them, thank you for teaching me, but I no longer need you. Then walk forward lighter. The desert stretches wide, and the horizon glows with dawn. You are free to walk without burden now. In the next part, we'll explore the practice of mindful speech, how words can heal or harm, how silence can become a refuge, and how the Buddha's teaching of right speech leads to relationships rooted in understanding rather than reaction. Words are the wings of intention. They can carry peace across distances or ignite a fire that burns through hearts. Every syllable we speak plants something in the soil of another's mind. The Buddha called this right speech one of the 8 steps on the path to liberation. To speak rightly is not only to avoid lies or harshness, it is to align our words with truth, compassion, and awareness. When speech is mindful, it becomes a bridge. When it is reactive, it becomes a blade. Think of how often words escape before awareness arrives, how a single careless sentence can change the atmosphere of an entire day. The mind agitated by anger or fear turns the tongue into a weapon. Yet once the sound leaves your lips, it can never be retrieved. The ancients said words are like arrows. Once released, they cannot be recalled. So we must learn to aim carefully to speak as one who sows seeds, not as one who throws stones. Imagine a craftsman shaping a delicate vessel. Each movement is measured, each gesture intentional. That is how mindful speech is practiced. Before speaking, pause. Feel your breath. Ask silently, is this true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? If your words fail any of these gates, silence may serve better. Truth without kindness can wound. Kindness without truth can deceive. Necessity gives both direction. To master these 3 gates is to become the guardian of your own peace. Silence in Buddhism is not emptiness, it is clarity. There is power in the moment you choose not to speak. It is the stillness before a wave forms the awareness that prevents the crash. When you withhold reactive words, you create space for understanding to enter. The silence between two angry people can become fertile ground for empathy if tended with patience. Silence does not mean repression. It means choosing the right time, the right tone, the right truth. There is a Zen story about a monk who was falsely accused of theft. The villagers shouted, demanding an explanation. The monk bowed his head and said only, "Is that so?" He neither defended nor attacked. Time revealed the truth, and the villagers came to apologize. The monk again said, "Is that so?" His peace remained untouched, for he had not bound it to praise or blame. To speak mindfully, sometimes we must learn to rest in, "Is that so?" a phrase that neither clings nor resists, but simply observes. Mindful speech begins in mindful thought. Most hurtful words are born from unexamined emotion. When anger rises, it whispers commands to the tongue. Defend yourself, prove them wrong, strike first. In that heat, we forget the sacred pause. But every emotion, if given one breath of space, softens. The breath cools the fire long enough for wisdom to enter. Then words once forged in anger can be recast in honesty and compassion. Here is a simple practice. Whenever you feel an urge to respond sharply, take 3 conscious breaths. Let the first breath release tension from your body, the second from your heart, the third from your mind. Then speak only what remains after those breaths. Often, you will find that what you wanted to say no longer feels urgent or even necessary. The energy that demanded reaction has already transformed into clarity. Right speech also means avoiding gossip and divisive talk. Every time we share unkind stories about others, we reinforce the illusion of separation, the belief that they are different from us. The Buddha likened gossip to tasting honey mixed with poison, sweet for a moment, but destructive in the long run. Words born of comparison and judgment turn the mind restless and bitter. To refrain is not to suppress curiosity. It is to honor the peace that thrives only in truth. In our digital age, words travel faster than ever. One careless post, one angry message can ripple outward, hurting strangers we'll never meet. Each click, each comment becomes a karmic seed. Before you press, send, breathe. Ask, does this bring light or shadow into the world? Mindfulness in speech must now extend to the screens we hold. The Dharma has always adapted to its times. The same wisdom that guided the monk's tongue now must guide our thumbs. Listening, too, is part of mindful speech. Most of us listen to reply, not to understand. But when you listen with full attention, without preparing your defense, you give a profound gift presence. Presence is healing. It tells the other person, you matter enough for me to stop thinking about myself. Listening deeply transforms conversation into communion. The Buddha once said that to listen with compassion is to offer the same blessing as giving alms to the poor. Because every being hungers to be heard. If you struggle with reactive communication, practice what I call the golden pause. Before replying in any difficult situation, inwardly say, let me listen first. Feel the weight of the words you're about to release. Then imagine them landing in the heart of the person before you. Do they lighten or burden, heal or harm? If you sense they will bring peace, speak them softly. If not, let them dissolve into silence. That silence will do more good than any clever retort. There is beauty, too, in words that uplift. Simple phrases. I understand, I'm sorry, I wish you peace can dissolve years of bitterness. We underestimate their power because they are quiet. Yet kindness spoken sincerely vibrates longer than anger shouted loudly. Like a bell in a temple courtyard, one kind word can echo far beyond its moment. As you cultivate mindful speech, remember this truth. The purpose of words is not to win arguments, but to reveal understanding. When your words serve truth and compassion together, they carry the fragrance of awakening. When they serve ego or victory, they scatter discord, even if they sound polite. Listen to the intention beneath your language. It will always tell you which path you are walking. Tonight, observe your conversations from the day. Which words brought peace? Which brought tension? How often did you speak to be right instead of to be kind? Reflection is the gardener of awareness. It teaches you how to plant better words tomorrow. Ultimately, mindful speech is an act of love. Each word you choose can become an offering, a blessing placed gently into another's hands. And when you forget, when anger slips through your lips, return quickly to humility. Apologize without defense. A sincere apology is also right speech. It waters the soil that pride has scorched. The Buddha taught that right words are like a well-tuned harp, neither too tight nor too loose. If we pull the strings too hard, they break. If too loose, they make no sound. Harmony arises in balance and truth, spoken with tenderness, in silence, held with awareness. This harmony is not only for the world around you. It echoes within, calming the restless mind and softening the heart. In the next part, we will explore the art of patience, how to remain centered when life moves too slowly, when others disappoint us, and when the world seems unkind. Patience is not waiting. It is resting in trust that all things unfold in their time. Patience is not a passive endurance. It is active peace. It is the strength to remain centered when the world moves faster than the heart can follow. The Buddha once said, "Patience is the highest ascetic practice." Why? Because to be patient is to sit in the fire of time without trying to escape. It is to trust that everything joy, pain, loss, and growth blooms when conditions are right, not when we demand it. We live in an age that worships speed. We rush to achieve, to reply, to resolve. We refresh screens waiting for answers, chase results without resting in the process. But nature does not hurry, and yet everything unfolds perfectly. The bamboo grows quietly for years beneath the earth before it breaks the soil. Its unseen roots prepare it for the height it will one day reach. We too have roots unseen. Patience is the art of tending to them before craving the fruit. When we react impatiently, what we're really resisting is the discomfort of uncertainty. Waiting feels like loss of control, like a pause in the rhythm of progress. But if we look closely, we see that impatience is simply the mind's inability to rest in the present. The moment we stop fighting time, peace rushes in, like a tide returning to the shore. There's a story of a young monk who asked his teacher, "How long will it take me to reach enlightenment?" 10 years, the master said. "But what if I practice very hard?" the student pressed. Then 20 years, the master smiled. The monk was puzzled. Why longer? Because when you run, you forget where you are going. Impatience is that running. An eagerness that tightens the heart, blurs the vision, and makes even wisdom look like a finish line. But patience is a quiet confidence. It says, "I don't need to rush what is already unfolding." It is trust in the Dharma, the natural law that everything arises and ceases according to its conditions. Patience begins with awareness of breath. When irritation stirs, traffic moving too slowly, someone speaking too long a plan, delayed, notice the heat in your chest, the impulse to push. pause and breathe into that space. Ask yourself, what am I rushing toward that I believe will complete me? Often the answer is nothing more than the illusion that peace lies in the next moment. But peace is never in the next moment. It is only ever found in this one. A good practice is what I call the space of 7 breaths. When impatience appears, do nothing for 7 slow, conscious breaths. Watch how the feeling rises, peaks, and fades on its own. What seemed urgent a moment ago softens into something bearable. The pause becomes a sanctuary where wisdom can enter. Through patience, we learn that not every problem demands immediate resolution. Some situations require stillness, like muddy water, that clears only when left untouched. Patience also requires compassion, especially toward ourselves. Often, we are most impatient not with others, but with our own progress. Why am I still angry? Why can't I meditate better? Why am I not healed yet? These thoughts tighten around the heart like vines, but spiritual growth, like any seed, takes time and nourishment. You cannot force a flower to open by pulling on its petals. The Buddha's own awakening came not from striving harder, but from letting go of striving altogether. Try speaking gently to yourself when impatience arises. It's okay to be where I am. Growth is already happening, even if I can't see it yet. These words soften the mind, replacing judgment with curiosity. The heart relaxes, and from that softness, progress naturally blooms. Patience toward others is another training. We often expect people to change at the pace we wish to understand what we understand. But each person walks their own timeline of awakening. To demand that others grow faster is to forget how long it took us to reach this point. The Buddha reminded his disciples, just as a strong wind cannot shake a mountain, so also praise and blame do not affect the wise. That steadiness comes from seeing beyond appearances, trusting that others will ripen when the time is right. When someone frustrates you, imagine them as a seed still beneath the soil. You cannot shout at a seed to grow. You can only water it with understanding. Every person you meet is fighting a battle you cannot see. Your patience may be the sunlight that helps them heal. There is another level of patience, the one life demands when pain visits, waiting for recovery, for forgiveness, for closure tests, even the strongest hearts. In those moments, patience becomes more than virtue. It becomes survival. To wait without despair, to suffer without bitterness, is to cultivate profound faith in the impermanence of all things. Pain changes shape, grief loosens its hold, and one day you wake to find the heaviness has thinned like mist. That is the quiet victory of patience. You might reflect on this: every storm has a rhythm, and every wave returns to stillness. To resist the storm is to exhaust yourself. To breathe within it is to move with the tide. When life feels unbearable, repeat softly, "This too will pass," not as resignation, but as recognition that nothing, not even suffering, is permanent. One evening, an elderly monk was asked, "What is the secret of your serenity?" He replied, "I have learned to say thank you everything." He didn't mean gratitude only for comfort, but for delays, losses, and lessons as well. Each became part of his training in patience. To thank the moment, even when it hurts, is to declare trust in the unfolding of life. Gradually, you will find that patience reshapes your relationship with time. You no longer chase outcomes or run from discomfort. You move like the river flowing, adapting yet never hurried. You begin to see that patience is not waiting for something to happen. It is the gentle faith that what is meant for you will arrive in its own rhythm, and that what leaves was never yours to keep. The Buddha said, The gift of patience is peace. When you cultivate it, you are no longer thrown by the tempo of the world. You walk at the rhythm of your breath in harmony with all things. In the next part, we will explore the art of letting go, how release, not control, becomes the key to lasting peace, and why surrender is the highest form of freedom. Letting go is perhaps the most misunderstood act of wisdom. Many think it means to give up, to stop caring, to walk away. But in truth, letting go is the most courageous form of engagement. It is not abandonment, it is alignment. It is releasing the struggle against what is already here, so the heart can finally rest in truth. The Buddha often compared attachment to a hand gripping a rope. The tighter we cling, the deeper the burn. We hold on to people, outcomes, identities, and stories, believing that control will bring safety. But what we call holding on often holds us instead. Letting go, then, is not loss. It is liberation from the rope that wounds us. Imagine standing by a river, clutching a branch to stop the current from carrying you. Your muscles ache, your body trembles, but still you refuse to release. You fear being swept away. Yet the moment you let go, you discover that the river is not your enemy. It carries you gently, supporting your weight. Life is that river. When we loosen our grip, we find that we are held by something greater than our fear. The practice of letting go begins with awareness of what you cling to most. It could be a memory, a relationship, an idea of who you should be. The mind loves to collect stories, each one saying, "This is me." But the Buddha taught that everything we call me or mine is in motion. What you see in the mirror today is not the same as yesterday. The person you were 5 years ago is gone, and yet here you stand. This is impermanence in its purest form, the quiet, constant reminder that nothing stays, and that is what allows everything to exist. Clinging to permanence is like trying to hold water in your fists. The harder you squeeze, the faster it slips away. The wise open their hands and feel the coolness of the stream without trying to possess it. That is letting go, not rejecting, not running, but relaxing into the flow of change. Letting go also means releasing control over outcomes. We plan, predict, and worry, believing our mental effort can dictate the universe. But life is not a machine. It is a mystery. You can plant seeds, but you cannot command the rain. You can do your best, but the fruit will ripen when it is ready. The Buddha said, "Peace comes when we accept what is not, when we control what should be." Ask yourself, what would happen if I stopped fighting for everything to go my way? Would the world fall apart, or would it begin to unfold more naturally? Often the peace we seek hides behind our resistance to what is. Letting go is simply learning to breathe with reality instead of against it. There's a story of a fisherman who spent hours struggling to untangle his net from a branch beneath the water. Exhausted, he finally stopped and sat in silence. As he rested, the current shifted, loosening the net on its own. What effort could not achieve surrender, accomplished effortlessly. Life is like that river. When we step back, conditions often resolve themselves without our interference. But letting go is not always gentle. Sometimes it feels like tearing a part of ourselves away. When a loved one departs, when a dream dissolves, the heart resists. It clings to the shadow of what was. Yet beneath that pain lies truth. Love and loss are not opposites, they are partners. To love is to accept loss as its companion. Everything we cherish will change form. That is the cost and beauty of being alive. When grief arises, let it. Cry without shame. The tears are not weakness. They are the river washing the old away. To suppress emotion is to block the current. To feel deeply is to participate in the great flow of impermanence. One day, the ache softens, and in its place remains gratitude for having loved, for having lived, for having felt. Letting go also applies to our ideas of the self. We cling to identities: the successful one, the victim, the healer, the teacher. But each role is temporary, a costume worn for the scene at hand. When we mistake the costume for who we are, suffering begins. Non-self anatta is not a cold philosophy. It is the ultimate compassion. It frees us from defending an image that never truly existed. When you stop insisting on who you think you are, you become vast, spacious, free. You are no longer trapped inside your story. Try this small meditation. Sit quietly and bring to mind something you're struggling to release. Feel where it lives in your body: a knot in the stomach, a tension in the chest. Breathe into that spot. With each inhale, whisper, "I see you." With each exhale, whisper, "I release you." Do this for a few minutes without forcing an outcome. Release is not an act of will. It is the natural result of understanding. When you see that holding on only deepens suffering, the hand opens on its own. Letting go is an art practiced moment by moment. When a conversation doesn't go your way, release the need to be right. When plans fall apart, release the story that life has betrayed you. When fear of the future arises, release the illusion that you can control it. Each release is a return to trust, to presence, to truth. A wise teacher once said, "Everything that comes to go." The seasons prove this endlessly. The tree sheds leaves so new ones may grow. The tide recedes so it can return. Even the breath teaches letting go. Inhale, exhale, and if you hold either too long, suffering begins. The breath, like life, demands surrender. To let go is to make space for peace. Imagine your mind as a room cluttered with old memories, regrets, and plans. The moment you open the window and let the air in, light fills the space. That is what happens when you release the old. You don't lose anything essential. You rediscover the clarity that was waiting all along. Tonight, before you sleep, take one gentle breath and whisper, "I allow everything to change." Say it again, "I allow everything to change." Notice the calm that follows. This acceptance is not defeat. It is wisdom resting in truth. In the next part, we will explore the nature of impermanence, how understanding change not only helps us let go, but awakens us to the luminous beauty of the present moment. Everything that arises must also fade. This is the law that governs the stars, the oceans, the breath, and every heartbeat in your chest. The Buddha called it anicca, impermanence, the eternal rhythm of becoming and dissolving. To see this truth clearly is to begin awakening. It is the soft yet powerful realization that nothing you hold will last, and that this transience is not a tragedy, but a mercy. Without impermanence, nothing new could ever be born. At first, the mind resists this teaching. It clings to what is pleasant and flees what is painful, imagining that permanence equals safety. But the truth is kinder than our attachment. Impermanence means that suffering too shall pass, that storms, however fierce, always end in silence. It means that joy renews itself endlessly in forms we cannot predict. The leaf must fall for the bud to appear. The dusk must come for dawn to return. Imagine holding an ice cube in your palm. It begins to melt no matter how tightly you clutch it. The melting is not wrong. It is the nature of ice to become water. Similarly, life is not meant to stay frozen. Change is its very essence. When we fight, that we suffer. When we honor it, we flow. To live wisely is to let things melt with grace, knowing that what disappears only returns in another form. A wandering monk once stopped beside a river and saw his reflection in the rippling water. "This image is me," he thought, "yet I cannot grasp it." The current kept shifting, breaking his face into waves. He smiled, realizing even the one who sees is changing. That insight freed him. The reflection, the water, and the seer, none could be held, and that was their beauty. The same river of change runs through you. The self you defend so fiercely today is only a momentary arrangement of memories and sensations soon to transform again. The teaching of impermanence is not meant to make us cold or detached. On the contrary, it invites us to love more deeply, precisely because we know everything we love is fleeting. When you see a flower knowing it will wilt, your appreciation deepens. You breathe it in fully, not out of fear, but gratitude. You stop postponing joy. Stop waiting for life to be perfect. You begin to live with both hands open, one for holding, one for releasing. To live with awareness of impermanence is to walk gently in the world. You become careful with words, for you know they might be the last ones someone hears. You forgive quickly, for you see that time is shorter than pride imagines. You give freely, for what you cling to will one day be taken anyway. Impermanence doesn't make life meaningless, it makes it sacred. The Buddha compared life to a dewdrop glistening on a blade of grass. For a moment, it reflects the whole sky, then falls and vanishes. To some, this image may seem sad, but to the awakened, it is beautiful. For while the dewdrop lasts, it shines with the brilliance of existence itself. We too are such reflections, temporary, luminous, precious. When grief comes, this truth can feel unbearable. How do you accept the loss of someone you love, the passing of youth, the fading of dreams? The answer is not in denying sorrow, but in allowing it to reveal love. Grief is love's echo, the heart remembering what it was blessed to hold. When we see loss through this lens, impermanence stops being an enemy. It becomes a teacher that whispers, "Cherish what is here now, for it will never be here again in this form." Try this reflection. Sit quietly and bring to mind something you fear, losing a person, a place, a part of yourself. Feel the tenderness of that fear. Then say gently, "Yes, this too will change." Notice how the body resists at first, and then slowly relaxes. When you stop fighting the truth of impermanence, the anxiety that guarded against it begins to dissolve. In that moment, acceptance becomes love. Even joy asks for this awareness. When you experience happiness, do not cling. Smile, breathe, and say, "Ah, this too will pass." It may sound sad, but it's liberation. Knowing joy is temporary allows you to savor it without fear. You no longer worry about losing it, because you understand that joy, like waves, will always return in another form. Impermanence also frees us from despair. When pain feels endless, remember nothing, not even anguish, can last forever. Every emotion, every circumstance is a visitor. When you welcome them with mindfulness, they come and go peacefully. When you resist, they stay longer, banging on the door. Let each moment complete its visit and depart in its own time. The present, then, is the only refuge. Past and future are shadows that exist only in thought. The moment you truly inhabit the now, impermanence becomes your ally. Each breath becomes a renewal. Each heartbeat a reminder you are still here, still becoming. Awareness transforms fleeting time into eternity. There is a Zen saying, "The barns burned down. Now I can see the moon." What once seemed like loss becomes revelation. When life takes away, it is also making space for new light to enter. Impermanence in its mysterious mercy clears the clutter of attachment, so truth can be seen again. One evening, as the Buddha watched the setting sun, he said to his disciples, "This body too is like the sunset, beautiful, brief, and beyond control." Yet he smiled. That smile holds the whole teaching. To see transience and still smile is the mark of wisdom. So let us practice smiling at change. Smile at the wrinkles that mark your growth. Smile at the endings that make room for beginnings. Smile even at the uncertainty, for it means life is still unfolding. To resist impermanence is to fight against the heartbeat of the universe. To embrace it is to dance in harmony with all that lives. Tonight, as you breathe, whisper softly, "I am grateful for this fleeting world." Let that gratitude be your meditation. Each exhale becomes an offering, each inhale a gift. The stars outside will fade by morning, but for now, they shine. And that is enough. In the next part, we will explore the illusion of control, why the human mind clings to mastery over life, and how surrendering that need opens the door to true freedom and effortless peace. Control is one of the mind's most seductive illusions. We spend our lives trying to shape the world into what we want it to be, holding tight to plans, people, and outcomes, as if the strength of our grip could stop the tide from turning. Yet no matter how much we arrange, predict, or protect, life continues to unfold in ways that defy our design. To awaken is to see that control is a story the ego tells, to feel safe in an unpredictable universe. The Buddha compared our attempts at control to trying to command the wind. You may cup your hands to feel its passing, but you cannot order its direction. The more we resist this truth, the more we suffer. When things don't go our way, we feel betrayed by life, as if life owed us obedience. But life has never been our servant. It is the great teacher revealing again and again that peace is not found in mastery, but in surrender. Imagine standing at the shore during a rising tide. You can build a wall of sand, but the waves will always find their way through. You can shout at the sea, but it will not listen. Only when you stop fighting and step back do you see its beauty, the endless movement, the rhythm beyond your control. This is the essence of surrender, not defeat, but reverence for what is larger than yourself. We often confuse surrender with weakness, but in truth, it requires immense strength. It takes courage to release the illusion of control, to trust the flow of causes and conditions that shape each moment. The Buddha taught, "Whatever has the nature to arise will also pass away." This applies to success and failure, pleasure and pain, gain and loss. When we understand this, the need to control fades. We can still act, plan, and care, but we do so with open hands, not clenched fists. Consider how much energy is spent trying to manage what cannot be managed: other people's opinions, the timing of events, even the weather of emotion inside us. The moment we accept that control is partial and temporary, we reclaim energy wasted on resistance. Acceptance is not passive, it is wise participation in reality. Letting go of control does not mean indifference. It means doing what you can with sincerity and then releasing the rest. You plant the seed, you water it, but you cannot command it to bloom. You show up with your best effort, and you allow the results to unfold. This balance between intention and surrender is the art of living. The Buddha called it the middle way. A parable tells of a farmer who prayed daily for perfect weather. When rain came, he begged for sun. When sun came, he asked for clouds. The gods granted his wishes exactly, but his crops failed. No balance, no rhythm, no natural flow. When he finally stopped praying for control and simply worked with what came, the fields thrived. Life too needs this rhythm, accepting what arrives, trusting what leaves. Control at its root is born from fear, fear of loss, fear of uncertainty, fear that without our grasp, the world will collapse. But uncertainty is the fabric of existence. Without it, growth would be impossible. Every act of creation arises from the unknown. When you release the need to predict everything, you open yourself to wonder. The same space that holds fear also holds infinite possibility. To practice surrender, begin with awareness of breath. Notice how each inhale comes naturally, how each exhale releases without your command. The body knows how to live without your constant supervision. The heart beats, the blood flows, the stars move, all without control. If the universe can be trusted to spin galaxies, perhaps it can also be trusted with your next step. When anxiety about the future grips you, pause and whisper, "I don't have to know. I only have to be present." This small shift moves you from control to connection. The present moment is always manageable. It's only when we jump ahead in imagination that fear multiplies. Life unfolds one breath at a time. Stay with that breath. Try this reflection. Think of something in your life that feels out of your control. It could be another person's behavior, a delayed dream, or a change you didn't choose. Now imagine placing that situation in your hands. Feel its weight. Then slowly open your palms and let it go, not into nothingness, but into trust. Say softly, "May this unfold for the highest good." This is not resignation. It is alignment with the deeper intelligence that moves all things. Surrendering control reveals a deeper kind of freedom, the freedom to respond rather than react, to live from intention rather than fear. When you stop grasping, life begins to cooperate in mysterious ways. Opportunities appear where resistance once stood. What seemed like loss reveals itself as redirection. The river you feared to trust carries you to shores you could never have found by paddling alone. The Buddha described this state as the unshakable peace of one who sees things as they are. When you no longer demand that life conform to your plans, you begin to dance with it. You act with clarity and let outcomes ripen naturally. You start to see that what comes is not punishment or reward. It's simply the next wave in the great ocean of causes. There is profound beauty in this trust. It allows you to meet life not as a battlefield, but as a companion. You stop wrestling and begin listening. You stop forcing and begin flowing. Every disappointment becomes a teacher. Every surprise a new doorway. In surrender, life stops being something to control and becomes something to experience fully. Before sleep tonight, reflect on one question. Where am I still trying to control the uncontrollable? Then as you exhale, imagine loosening the rope. The world will continue spinning without your struggle. And in that release, you may hear a sound. You've missed the quiet pulse of peace beneath everything. In the next part, we'll explore the nature of fear, how it fuels our need for control, how it disguises itself as protection, and how mindfulness turns fear into clarity and compassion. Fear is the shadow cast by the mind's need for certainty. It appears whenever life dares to remind us that we are not in control. Beneath anger, beneath anxiety, beneath nearly every reaction lies fear. Fear of loss, fear of pain, fear of the unknown. The Buddha called fear the trembling of the mind, that subtle quiver that distorts reality and keeps the heart from resting in peace. But what if fear is not an enemy to destroy, but a teacher to understand? Imagine walking through a dark forest at night. Every branch looks like a snake, every sound like danger. Yet when dawn comes, you realize the forest was never your enemy. It was your mind's projection that frightened you. This is how fear works. It paints illusions upon what it cannot see clearly. Awareness, like sunrise, dissolves those illusions. The forest is still there, but now you see its beauty. Fear itself is not wrong. It has kept our species alive, alerting us to danger. But the same instinct that once helped us survive now overreaches, reacting to imagined threats as though they were lions. We fear rejection, uncertainty, aging death, silence. Yet when we face fear directly, it loses its sharpness. Like a wave seen from above, we realize it is water all along. The Buddha taught that fear arises from attachment, our insistence that things stay the way we want. We fear loss because we cling to what we love. We fear change because we crave control. We fear death because we believe we are this fragile form. The cure for fear, then, is not courage. In the conventional sense, it is wisdom. When you see that everything changes, that nothing truly belongs to you, fear begins to fade. For what can be taken from one who holds nothing too tightly? A story tells of a monk meditating in the forest when a tiger appeared. His pulse quickened, but he did not run. Instead, he bowed to the tiger and whispered, "Ah, my teacher has arrived." In that instant, something shifted. The tiger approached, sniffed the monk, and walked away. The monk later said, "I learned that fear is not in the tiger. It is in the mind that separates itself from life. To meet fear skillfully, we must first stop running from it. Avoidance strengthens fear's grip. Awareness loosens it. When you feel anxiety rising, don't try to push it away. Sit quietly, breathe, and turn toward it. Ask softly, what are you trying to protect? Often fear is simply love in disguise, a wish to keep something safe. When you listen with compassion, fear transforms into understanding. One of the most powerful practices is to name your fear. Say to yourself, "This is fear." Not "I am afraid," but "fear is present." That small shift creates space. You are no longer the emotion. You are the awareness observing it. The Buddha compared this to watching a storm from within a sturdy house. The thunder still roars, but it cannot shake your foundation. Another helpful meditation is breathing through fear. As fear arises, bring attention to the physical sensations: tightness in the chest, racing heart, trembling hands. Breathe deeply into that area, allowing space around the feeling. Say silently, "I see you. You are safe to be here." The body begins to trust that it doesn't have to fight its own experience. Slowly, the wave settles on its own. Fear often hides beneath anger and control. When you notice yourself reacting strongly, pause and ask, what fear is beneath this? Perhaps it's fear of being disrespected, fear of abandonment, fear of not being enough. Once named, you can meet the fear with kindness instead of aggression. You might whisper to yourself, "It's okay, dear one. You are safe even in uncertainty." This gentle self-talk is not weakness. It's wisdom in action. The Buddha also taught that fear thrives in the absence of mindfulness. When we are lost in past or future, fear multiplies, but in the present, fear has little to hold on to. The breath becomes an anchor in the storm. Each inhalation says "now," and each exhalation says "let go." Stay with that rhythm and fear loses its foothold. There is a deeper truth, though fear can be a doorway to compassion. When you see your own vulnerability clearly, your heart softens toward the vulnerability of others. you realize that every angry person is frightened, every cruel act is rooted in pain. To understand fear is to understand humanity. Compassion blooms from this understanding, like a lotus from the mud. Think of a child waking from a nightmare. You wouldn't shout at them for being afraid, you would hold them until they remembered they were safe. Do the same for yourself. When fear visits, wrap it in awareness like a child in a warm blanket. Whisper gently, "It's all right. The dream is passing." When fear of loss arises, remember impermanence, what comes goes. When fear of failure arises, remember the middle way, effort matters more than outcome. When fear of death arises, remember the truth of continuity, nothing truly dies. It only transforms. Fear shrinks in the presence of these insights, as darkness shrinks before the flame. One evening, a student asked the Buddha, "What should I do when I am afraid?" The Buddha replied, "Walk through it with mindfulness. Fear is the gate. Awareness is the key." This is not poetic exaggeration, it is literal instruction. Every step taken with awareness through fear strengthens trust in life itself. The next time fear grips you, try this mantra: "I trust this moment to teach me." Say it until the words settle into your breath. Slowly, you will see that what you feared most was not the event itself, but the story your mind told about it. Reality, when seen clearly, is rarely as frightening as the imagination. In time, you will find that fear itself becomes your path. Each time it rises, it calls you to awaken a little more, to open, not close, to breathe, not brace, to love, not flee. Fear will still visit, but it will no longer rule you. It will come as a messenger, not a master. Tonight, before you sleep, place a hand on your heart and thank your fear. Say, "Thank you for trying to protect me. I am safe now." Feel the calm that follows. That moment of peace is not the absence of fear, it is your awareness expanding beyond it. In the next part, we will explore the power of compassion, how understanding the suffering of others transforms our own, and how kindness becomes the medicine that dissolves both fear and separation. Compassion is the quiet revolution of the heart. It is the bridge that dissolves the illusion of me and you, revealing that all beings are threads in the same vast tapestry of life. When the Buddha awakened beneath the Bodhi tree, his first impulse was not to retreat into bliss, but to teach, to share, to serve, to ease suffering. Why? Because true awakening is not an escape from the world, but an embrace of it. Compassion is awakening in motion. Yet compassion is often misunderstood. Many think it means pity, or softness, or endless self-sacrifice. But compassion in its pure form is strength. It is seeing suffering clearly without being consumed by it. It is love without attachment, generosity without expectation. The Buddha called it karuna, a heart that trembles with the pain of others, yet remains anchored in wisdom. To understand compassion, we must first understand connection. Every joy and sorrow you experience arises within the same field of life that others share. When someone suffers, that suffering ripples through the web that binds us all. To harm another is to harm yourself. To comfort another is to heal a part of your own soul. This is not poetry. It is reality seen through awakened eyes. Imagine walking in a forest. Every tree grows from the same earth, nourished by the same rain. Though each stands apart, their roots intertwine beneath the soil, silently feeding one another. Humanity is like that forest. We may appear separate, but underneath, we share one life. Compassion is the awareness of these unseen roots. A story tells of a monk who came upon a wounded bird on a dusty path. He gently cupped it in his hands and whispered mantras as he tended to its broken wing. A passerby asked, "Why trouble yourself with a bird? There are thousands like it." The monk smiled. "There are thousands of stars too, yet each one adds light to the night." Compassion works like that, small acts luminous in their quiet power. But compassion is not always easy. The mind resists. It says, "They don't deserve it. They hurt me. I must protect myself." These thoughts arise from fear, the belief that kindness makes us weak. Yet compassion is not submission. It is courage. It takes far more strength to meet cruelty with understanding than to mirror its violence. As the Buddha said, "Hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love. This is the eternal law." To practice compassion, start where you are. Begin with yourself. Many hearts are quick to care for others, yet ruthless toward their own mistakes. But self-compassion is the foundation of all compassion. Without it, every act of kindness toward others becomes incomplete. Sit quietly, place a hand on your chest and say, "May I be gentle with my own suffering." This simple prayer softens the edges of judgment and begins the work of healing from within. Once you learn to hold your pain with tenderness, you naturally extend that tenderness outward. You start to see anger in others as fear, misunderstood cruelty, as pain unhealed. The world stops appearing divided between good and bad, right and wrong. It becomes a field of beings all longing to be free from suffering. Compassion transforms perception. It turns enemies into mirrors, strangers into kin. The practice known as metta bhavana, or loving kindness meditation, is one of the most beautiful ways to nurture compassion. Sit comfortably and begin by repeating softly, "May I be happy. May I be healthy. May I be peaceful." Then extend these wishes to someone you love. May you be happy. May you be healthy. May you be peaceful. Next, bring to mind someone neutral, a neighbor, a colleague, and send them the same blessing. Finally, imagine someone who has hurt you. It will feel difficult, perhaps impossible, but gently offer them the same prayer. This does not mean approving of their actions. It means refusing to let their darkness extinguish your light. Each repetition is like polishing a mirror. The heart becomes clearer, reflecting the truth that compassion is not something we create. It is what we uncover when fear and anger fall away. When compassion matures, it becomes effortless. You no longer calculate whom to help or when to forgive. You simply respond to suffering as naturally as the body responds to pain with care. Like a mother hearing her child cry in another room, the compassionate heart moves without hesitation. But compassion also requires boundaries. To give wisely is to recognize your limits. A candle cannot light others if it has burned itself to ash. The Buddha taught wise compassion, helping where it truly serves and resting when it does not. This balance protects the giver and honors the receiver. True compassion does not drain, it renews. If you ever doubt the impact of your kindness, remember this: the smallest act of genuine care can change the entire course of a life. A word, a glance, a gesture, each can become the turning point between despair and hope. The universe is woven from these invisible threads of compassion. Try this reflection tonight. As you prepare for sleep, recall one person who crossed your path today. They may have smiled, frowned, or said nothing at all. Whisper a blessing for them. May you be free from pain. May you rest in peace. Then extend that wish to all beings near and far. Let your breath become a tide of goodwill flowing silently through the world. Compassion once awakened becomes the natural fragrance of your being. You walk through life as a gentle presence, soothing hearts without even speaking. The Buddha's radiance came not from divine power, but from boundless compassion, the quiet fire of understanding that no longer sees self or other, only life meeting life. And as this compassion deepens, fear begins to dissolve. Because where compassion lives, there is no separation. And where there is no separation, there is no fear. In the next part, we will explore the balance between compassion and wisdom, how kindness without clarity can lead to exhaustion, and how true wisdom keeps love pure, discerning, and strong. Compassion without wisdom can become a flame that burns itself out. Wisdom without compassion can turn cold, sharp, and detached. The Buddha compared these two qualities to the wings of a bird. Only when both move in harmony can the heart truly soar. One wing lifts with love, the other steadies with insight. Together, they form the perfect balance between feeling and understanding, between softness and strength. When compassion awakens, it can be overwhelming. We see suffering everywhere on the streets, in the news, even within our own families, and the heart aches to help. Yet without wisdom, compassion can slip into sorrow, pity, or exhaustion. We may try to carry the pain of the world upon our shoulders, forgetting that peace is not born from drowning in suffering, but from seeing it clearly. Wisdom reminds compassion that not every wound can be healed by will alone. Some pain must ripen before it releases. Some journeys must unfold without interference. The wise heart helps where it can and accepts where it cannot. It does not close itself in despair. It bows in understanding. Imagine a doctor who feels her patient's pain so deeply that she collapses in tears before she can offer treatment. Her compassion is pure, but without stability, it becomes useless. True healing arises when empathy is guided by clarity, when the heart feels deeply, but the mind remains steady. That is the balance of prajna wisdom and karuna compassion. Wisdom in the Buddhist sense is not intellectual knowledge. It is insight into the nature of reality, the recognition that everything is impermanent, interdependent, and empty of fixed self. When this understanding blossoms, the heart's compassion becomes vast and fearless, for it knows that to love another is to love oneself. The boundary between giver and receiver dissolves. Helping no longer feels like sacrifice. It feels like breathing. Consider the moon reflecting on a still lake. The light is soft, but its presence illumines the darkness. The moon does not strain to shine. It simply is. Likewise, the awakened heart does not force compassion. It acts spontaneously, naturally, guided by wisdom. To cultivate this balance, begin with mindfulness. When compassion arises, observe it without clinging. Ask yourself, is this compassion arising from love or from guilt? From understanding or from fear? Pure compassion flows from spaciousness, not from the need to fix everything. It trusts the unfolding of karma, the web of causes and conditions that shape all life. It offers help without expectation, kindness without control. The Buddha once told his disciples that even in their effort to help others, they must guard their peace. If you are drowning in another's suffering, he said, you cannot offer your hand to save them. Wisdom teaches us to stand firmly on the shore of mindfulness before reaching into the river of pain. This way, compassion remains luminous, not heavy. There is a story of two monks traveling through a forest after a heavy rain. They came upon a woman unable to cross a muddy stream. The elder monk lifted her gently, carried her across, and continued walking. Hours later, the younger monk said, "Master, we monks are not supposed to touch women. Why did you carry her?" The elder smiled. "I set her down hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" That story reveals the essence of wise compassion. We act kindly when it is needed, then release the attachment to the act itself. To cling to the idea of being good or helpful is just another form of ego. True compassion leaves no residue, it flows. It serves, it lets go. Wisdom also prevents compassion from becoming enabling. Sometimes love must be firm, even silent. Allowing someone to face their own suffering can be the greatest act of care, for it respects their capacity to awaken. The Buddha never forced enlightenment upon anyone. He offered the path, but each had to walk it themselves. Compassion guided him to teach. Wisdom guided him to step aside when necessary. If you ever find yourself drained by giving, return to stillness. Rest in the breath and the body, in the simple awareness of being alive. The world does not need a perfect you. It needs a present you. When you nurture your own peace, that peace becomes medicine for others. This is not selfishness, it is spiritual responsibility. One of the most profound teachings says, "Compassion without wisdom binds. Wisdom without compassion blinds. The heart that feels too much loses balance. The mind that knows too much without love loses warmth." The middle way is the dance between the two, a dance that requires listening deeply to life again and again. To cultivate this harmony, imagine your compassion as a river and your wisdom as its banks. Without banks, the river floods and destroys. Without water, the banks are barren and lifeless. Together, they create a path that nourishes everything it touches. As you move through the world, remember that every act of kindness is sacred when born from clarity. A simple smile, a few patient words, or even silent presence can ease more suffering than grand gestures performed without awareness. Wisdom keeps your compassion pure. Compassion keeps your wisdom human. Before sleep, place your hand over your heart and reflect. Today, where did I give too much? Where did I hold back? May I find balance between tenderness and truth. Let that intention settle into your breath. Feel how both qualities, soft and steady, live within you, waiting to rise in perfect rhythm. This is the heart of an awakened being, clear as the sky, warm as the sun, steady as the earth. When compassion and wisdom walk hand in hand, the journey itself becomes peace. In the next part, we will explore the practice of forgiveness, how releasing resentment frees not only others, but your own heart, allowing compassion and wisdom to breathe together in harmony. Forgiveness is the art of releasing yourself from the prison of the past. It is not about excusing another's wrongdoing or pretending that pain never happened. It is about choosing freedom over bitterness, peace over pride. The Buddha once said, "Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at another. You are the one who gets burned." To forgive is to finally drop the coal and feel the coolness of your own hand again. Many people mistake forgiveness for weakness, imagining it means allowing others to hurt us again. But forgiveness does not mean forgetting, nor does it mean accepting injustice. It means seeing clearly that clinging to resentment only prolongs your suffering. It is the act of reclaiming your peace from the hands of those who harmed you. Imagine your heart as a garden. Anger is like salt poured into the soil. Nothing can grow there. Every moment spent replaying an old wound is a moment the garden withers. Forgiveness is the rain that washes away the salt, restoring fertility to the soul. Through it, compassion can take root again, and life begins to bloom where pain once lived. There was a monk named Tissa who was constantly insulted by another in his monastery. The words were cruel and the wounds deep. One day, the Buddha asked Tissa, "Why do you carry those insults as though they were treasures?" The monk replied, "Because I cannot forget." The Buddha smiled softly and said, "Then you are the one still serving the man who hurt you." Tissa realized that every moment he replayed the offense, he was reliving the suffering, offering his energy to the past. From that day, he practiced releasing it with each breath. In time, the bitterness dissolved into understanding. Forgiveness begins as an act of self-compassion. It's saying to yourself, "I deserve peace, even if they never apologize." Waiting for others to change is like waiting for the ocean to stop moving. It will never happen. Peace cannot depend on another's remorse. It begins when you decide to stop carrying their actions inside your heart. You may think, "But they don't deserve forgiveness." Perhaps that's true, but you do. Forgiveness is not a gift for them. It's medicine for you. It is the gentle recognition that no one's wrongdoing should have the power to poison your spirit forever. When you forgive, you are not saying, "What happened was okay." You are saying, "I refuse to let it define me any longer." In meditation, forgiveness can be cultivated through visualization. Sit quietly and imagine the person who hurt you standing before you. Notice the feelings that arise: anger, sadness, resentment. Allow them to surface without judgment. Then take a deep breath and silently repeat, "Just as I wish to be free from suffering, so do you." This does not condone their actions. It acknowledges their humanity. Every person acts according to their level of awareness, and most harm arises from ignorance, not malice. You might not be ready to forgive at first, and that's okay. Forgiveness is not an instant decision. It's a gradual softening. Even a small step counts. Start by forgiving yourself for being hurt, for holding on, for not knowing how to let go sooner. Self-forgiveness clears the path for all other forgiveness to follow. There is a deep peace in realizing that resentment does not punish the past, it poisons the present. Every time you relive a wound, you carry yesterday's storm into today's calm sky. When you finally let it pass, you reclaim your energy for life itself. The Buddha told a parable of two travelers crossing a river. One carried a heavy boat on his back, long after reaching the other side. When asked why, he said, "It carried me once. It might be useful again." The Buddha replied, "If you cling to what has served its purpose, it becomes a burden." In the same way, the memory of past wrongs may once have felt protective, reminding you not to trust too easily. But when carried too long, it only weighs you down. Forgiveness is the setting down of that boat. You bow to what it taught you, and you walk forward lighter. You can still remember the lesson without reliving the pain. Some ask, "How can I forgive someone who never asked for it?" The answer, because your heart is too sacred to wait for their permission to heal. Forgiveness is a one-person act of freedom. Whether or not they change is irrelevant. What matters is that you no longer tie your peace to their actions. In the deepest sense, forgiveness arises from wisdom. When we see that everyone's behavior, good or bad, is the product of countless causes and conditions, we stop taking things so personally. The person who hurt you was also hurt by others, shaped by fears, ignorance, or suffering they could not yet understand. This does not excuse them, but it explains. And understanding is the soil from which forgiveness naturally grows. One of the most transformative practices is to include forgiveness in your nightly reflection. Before sleep, recall the events of the day. If someone's words or actions disturbed you, breathe deeply and say, I release you, and I release myself from this pain. If you feel you have hurt someone, whisper, may they forgive me as I forgive myself. This quiet ritual is like sweeping the dust from your heart each evening, ensuring that no resentment hardens overnight. Over time, you may find that forgiveness becomes less an act of effort and more a way of seeing. You begin to view the world through the eyes of compassion, recognizing that everyone is doing their best within their level of awareness. You stop keeping score. You stop defending your wounds. The world once filled with enemies begins to fill with teachers. Forgiveness does not erase the past, but it transforms its meaning. The pain that once felt like a curse becomes the very path that led you toward wisdom. The wound becomes a window through which light enters. In the silence that follows forgiveness, you will feel something new, a spaciousness, a gentle calm. That is love returning to its natural state, unobstructed. You are no longer defined by what was done to you. You are defined by how you chose to rise above it. In the next part, we will explore the practice of mindful love, how to love without attachment to care, without clinging, and to see love not as possession, but as presence flowing freely through every living being. Love, when seen through the lens of mindfulness, is not a flame that burns, it is a light that illuminates. It is not possession, but presence, not a bargain, but a blessing. The Buddha called this kind of love metta loving kindness, a boundless warmth that asks for nothing in return. It does not grasp, it does not bind, it does not demand. It simply radiates like the sun shining upon all beings without choosing who deserves its light. Most of what the world calls love is built upon attachment. I love you because you make me happy. I love you because you are mine. Yet attachment is not love. It is dependency dressed in devotion. It seeks to own what can only be shared to freeze what by nature must flow. True love asks for no possession. It only asks to see clearly. Imagine holding a butterfly in your palm. If you close your hand to keep it, you crush it. But if you hold your palm open, the butterfly may rest, flutter, or fly, and in all cases, your heart remains gentle. That is mindful love, open-handed, unafraid. The Buddha's teachings remind us that attachment to people or outcomes is the root of suffering. This does not mean we should love less, it means we must love more wisely. To love with wisdom is to understand impermanence, to know that everything we cherish will change. It is to care deeply without trying to control. It is to say, I love you, and silently add, and I allow you to be free. Mindful love begins with presence. When you are fully with someone with your eyes, your ears, your heart, you love them in the truest way. Most people do not need more affection. They need more attention. To listen without judgment, to look without expectation, to be with another without needing to fix or prove, that is pure love in practice. The Buddha described metta as a love that is immeasurable, like the great ocean. It embraces all beings equally, the friend and the stranger, the loved and the unloved, even the one who has caused you pain. This love does not depend on behavior or belief. It is the natural state of the awakened heart, which sees that beneath our differences, all beings desire the same thing: to be happy, to be free from suffering. Try a simple meditation to awaken mindful love. Sit quietly and breathe. With each inhale, imagine your heart softening. With each exhale, let that softness expand outward. Begin by silently repeating, may I be happy. May I be peaceful. May I live with ease. Then extend the same wish to someone you love. May you be happy. May you be peaceful. May you live with ease. Next, think of someone neutral, a shopkeeper, a stranger, and send them the same blessing. Finally, bring to mind someone difficult and whisper the same words. Notice how resistance arises and stay with it gently. This practice is not about forcing affection, but dissolving the boundaries that limit your love. To love mindfully is to see the divine in every face, the same consciousness looking back through countless eyes. When you meet someone with this awareness, even a brief encounter becomes sacred. A smile exchanged, a small kindness offered echoes through unseen dimensions of being. There is a story of Visakha, one of the Buddha's great lay disciples, who lost her beloved grandchild. Overcome with grief, she came to the Buddha weeping. He asked, "Would you like to have as many grandchildren as there are people in this city?" She nodded eagerly. The Buddha smiled gently. "Then you must prepare to shed as many tears as there are people in this city." At that, Visakha understood love is beautiful, not because it escapes pain, but because it accepts it. To love without clinging is to embrace both joy and loss with the same open heart. Mindful love does not seek to avoid pain, it transforms it. When someone you love leaves you, do not deny the ache. You hold it tenderly as proof of how deeply you have felt. The heart that can hold grief without bitterness has discovered the essence of compassion. This love also extends beyond relationships. It flows into every action: how you walk, how you speak, how you touch the world. To sweep a floor with attention, to serve food with gratitude, to speak gently even when tired, these are all acts of love. Mindful love is not confined to romance or family. It is the quiet tenderness with which you meet all of life. Many seek love as something to find, but true love is something to remember. It is already within you, buried beneath layers of fear, comparison, and craving. When you become still enough, you will feel it pulsing in the silence, the same force that moves the stars and blossoms the flowers. When mindfulness and love merge, relationships transform. You stop needing others to complete you, for you have found wholeness within. You no longer love to possess, you love to understand, to serve, to set free. In this love, there is no fear of loss, because there is no clinging. To practice this kind of love daily, let each moment become a gesture of care. When you speak, let your words nourish. When you touch, let your presence heal. When you listen, let your silence hold space for another's truth. These small offerings ripple outward, blessing all who come near. Tonight, as you close your eyes, bring to mind someone you love. See them bathed in light. Whisper softly, "May you be free." Then bring to mind yourself and say, "May I be free." Feel the quiet balance between the two. No giver, no receiver, only love flowing. The Buddha taught that when love is purified of attachment, it becomes boundless and fearless. This is not love that seeks. It is love that shines. It is the natural fragrance of the awakened heart. In the next part, we will explore the mystery of non-self anatta, how releasing the illusion of I deepens love even further, allowing you to experience unity with all that exists. The greatest illusion the mind clings to is the idea of I, this sense of self, the one who thinks, desires, owns, wins, and loses, feels solid and undeniable. We spend our lives defending it, decorating it, defining it. Yet the Buddha taught that this I is a mirage, a shadow mistaken for substance. It is not that we do not exist, it is that we exist differently than we think, as a flow, not a form, as a process, not a person. This truth of anatta or non-self is both liberating and unsettling. The ego trembles at the thought of dissolution, fearing it will vanish into nothing. But what actually disappears is not your being, it is your bondage. You lose only the walls that kept you small. What remains is vast, luminous awareness, life itself looking through countless eyes. To understand non-self, imagine a river. You can name it, measure it, point to it, but you can never step into the same river twice. Its water is new, every instant flowing without pause. The river exists, but not as something fixed. It is a continuous becoming. So too are you. Every cell in your body, every thought in your mind, every emotion in your heart is changing, dissolving, renewing. The you who began reading this sentence is not the same you finishing it. Yet the mind insists. This is me. These are my thoughts, my fears, my story. But if you look closely, the me vanishes the moment you search for it. You find only sensations, memories, and thoughts arising and passing. The self is like a flame, real in its appearance, yet made only of motion. When we cling to it, we suffer. When we release it, we awaken. The Buddha once asked his disciples, "Is the body permanent or impermanent, impermanent Lord? And what is impermanent? Is it suffering or peace? Suffering, Lord. And can that which is suffering be regarded as, this is mine, this I am, this is myself? No, Lord." Thus he revealed that the self we defend so fiercely is the root of all sorrow. Imagine carrying a heavy mask your entire life, believing it to be your true face. It protects you, but it also confines you. When you finally remove it, there is a strange lightness, perhaps even fear at first, but soon you feel the breeze on your skin and realize that what you thought was your face was only a shell. Non-self is not annihilation. It is authenticity. It is freedom from pretense, from needing to prove your existence by comparison. When you experience moments of selflessness, you've already touched this truth. It happens when you are fully absorbed in music, in meditation, in love, in awe. In those moments, the boundary between you and the world disappears. There is only the dance, the silence, the breath. You are not the observer. You are the act of observing itself. The Buddha compared the self to a chariot. A chariot has wheels, an axle, a frame, a seat, but no single part is the chariot. Only when the parts come together do we give it a name. Likewise, you are a collection of body feelings, perceptions, and consciousness. None of these is the self alone, and yet we cling to the illusion that their combination forms something permanent. Seeing through this illusion brings not despair, but serenity. Non-self also transforms how we love. When the illusion of separateness fades, compassion deepens naturally. You no longer love another because they belong to you. You love them because they are you. Their pain is your pain, their joy your joy. The walls of mine and yours crumble, and love expands beyond possession into pure empathy. To meditate on non-self, sit quietly and watch your thoughts. A memory arises, notice it, then let it go. A feeling appears, observe it, then watch it dissolve. Who is watching? Can you find a fixed eye behind the watcher? If you look deeply, the boundary dissolves until there is only awareness, open and infinite, containing everything yet attached to nothing. At first, this experience may feel like emptiness, but soon you'll see it's not empty like a void. It's empty like a clear sky, vast enough to hold all things. This emptiness, shunyata, is fullness in disguise. It is space for everything to exist without conflict. The Buddha said, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." To see this is to realize that life and death, self and other gain and loss, are not opposites. They are movements within the same great ocean of being. When you begin to live from this awareness, humility arises naturally. You no longer take offense easily, for there is no fixed self to defend. Praise and blame lose their sting. You act without needing to prove anything, love without needing to be loved back, give without expecting return. Freedom feels effortless because there is no you to carry it. One day, a monk asked the Buddha, "What do we become after death?" The Buddha replied, "Imagine a flame lighting another candle. The second flame is neither the same nor different. So too with life it continues, but not as a self. Non-self teaches us that life is continuity, not ownership. We do not end, we transform. Every breath you take becomes part of the air another breathes. Every kind act ripples through time beyond your knowing. Nothing is ever lost. It only changes shape. In this understanding, the fear of death softens. You realize that what you truly are has never been born and can never die. You are not the flame, but the light. It gives the awareness shining through all forms. Tonight, before you sleep, whisper softly to yourself, "I am the sky, not the clouds." Feel the peace that comes from that truth. The clouds of identity, fear, and desire will pass, but the sky of awareness remains untouched. In the next part, we will explore emptiness and fullness, how realizing that nothing possesses a fixed self paradoxically reveals the infinite richness of all existence. Emptiness is among the most misunderstood truths in the Buddha's teachings. To the untrained mind, it sounds bleak, like nothingness, a void, an erasure of meaning. Yet in reality, shunyata or emptiness is not a denial of life. It is its greatest affirmation. It reveals the boundless nature of all things, showing that because nothing is fixed or separate, everything is possible. The Buddha once held up a lotus flower and said nothing. Only one disciple, Mahakashyapa, smiled. In that silent exchange lay the essence of emptiness, the understanding that words can never capture the fullness of truth, and that the flower, like all things, is both form and formlessness, appearance and essence. To say something is empty does not mean it does not exist. It means it does not exist independently. Every leaf depends on sunlight, water, soil, and countless unseen forces. Every thought arises from memory, sensation, and circumstance. Nothing stands alone. Everything inter-is. This is what Thich Nhat Hanh beautifully called interbeing. When you look deeply into a single flower, you see the clouds that watered it, the soil that nourished it, the sun that gave it light. The entire universe is present in that one bloom. When we realize this, we stop seeing the world as a collection of separate objects and begin to experience it as one breathing, moving, interwoven reality. Emptiness is not absence, it is connection. It's the space that allows all forms to dance in harmony. Imagine a flute. Its beauty lies not in the wood, but in the empty spaces that allow the wind to sing. The notes exist because of emptiness. Likewise, the beauty of life arises from the spaces between things, the pauses, the silences, the letting go. We fear emptiness because the ego cannot survive in it. The I thrives on definitions. My body, my opinions, my possessions, my history. When these boundaries dissolve, the ego trembles thinking it is dying. But what truly dies is illusion. What remains is freedom, the awareness that flows through all forms like wind through an open field. Emptiness is the womb of compassion. When the heart becomes spacious, it has room for all beings. Without clinging to me or mine, we see others' joy as our own, their pain as our shared experience. From this understanding, kindness arises effortlessly, not as a moral duty, but as the natural expression of oneness. There's a story of two monks who quarreled over a flag flapping in the wind. One said, "The flag moves." The other replied, "No, the wind moves." A passing master said, "Neither the flag nor the wind moves. Your minds move." The argument dissolved into laughter, and both monks bowed. The master was not denying the wind or the flag. He was pointing to the emptiness beneath both, to the awareness within which all movement occurs. This awareness is the stillness behind every wave of experience. Thoughts come and go, emotions rise and fall. Bodies are born and fade, but awareness remains. It is not yours or mine. It simply is. To touch emptiness is to touch that vast stillness within which the universe breathes. In meditation, you can glimpse this by focusing on the space between breaths. Inhale deeply, exhale completely, and rest in the pause before the next breath. In that pause, there is nothing to grasp, nothing to become, only pure being. Stay there for a moment and notice the calm clarity that arises. That is the taste of emptiness, not cold, not void, but alive and luminous. When we embrace emptiness, life becomes lighter. Every burden we carry, anger, regret, pride begins to dissolve, for they all depend on the illusion of a solid self. When that self loosens, so do its sorrows. You still feel emotions, but they flow through you, like clouds across the sky, leaving no trace. Even suffering takes on a new meaning. The Buddha did not deny suffering. He taught that it arises from grasping. Emptiness is the antidote. When you see that pain, loss, and change are part of the same impermanent dance, you stop fighting life and begin to flow with it. In that surrender, peace blooms naturally. Emptiness also teaches us humility. We realize that our successes, failures, talents, and struggles are not entirely ours. They are the unfolding of countless conditions. The air we breathe, the teachers who guided us, the strangers who built the roads we walk, all contribute to our existence. Gratitude replaces arrogance. Wonder replaces certainty. In art, a blank canvas is not meaningless, it is potential. Every stroke of color, every shape depends on that empty space to exist. Similarly, the emptiness within your heart is not a void to fear. It is the infinite field where love, wisdom, and creativity arise. The quieter the mind becomes, the more beauty it can contain. One day a disciple asked the Buddha, "What is the nature of reality?" The Buddha picked up a handful of leaves and said, "These few leaves are what I have taught you. The entire forest is what I have not yet revealed." Emptiness is that forest, endless, ungraspable, filled with possibilities beyond comprehension. To live in awareness of emptiness is to walk gently through the world, knowing that every step echoes through all beings. You speak carefully, for words ripple outward. You act mindfully, for each gesture shapes the web of life. You become like the sky, vast, patient, unshaken. Tonight, look at the stars. Notice how the dark space between them makes their light possible. The universe is not a collection of stars and emptiness. It is emptiness expressing itself as stars. In the same way, your life is awareness expressing itself as you. When you understand this, the fear of loss dissolves, because nothing can truly be lost. You cannot lose what was never separate. You cannot break what was never a part. In the next part, we will explore impermanence, the heartbeat of reality, the truth that every moment is dying into the next, and how embracing change leads not to despair, but to liberation. Impermanence is the quiet rhythm of existence, the pulse that keeps life alive. Everything, mountains, memories, joy, and sorrow, is in a constant state of becoming. Nothing stays. The Buddha called this truth anicca, the endless dance of arising and passing. To understand it deeply is to awaken. To resist it is to suffer. Look around you. The morning light that touches your face will never be the same again. The breath you are taking now will never return. Even the cells of your body, the thoughts in your mind, the people you love, all are rivers flowing, never the same twice. To cling to any of them as though they were permanent is to try to hold water in your fist. The tighter you grasp, the quicker it slips away. Impermanence can seem cruel when we first face it. We ask, why must things change? Why can't happiness last? But look deeper, and you will see that impermanence is not an enemy. It is the very condition that makes beauty possible. The flower's bloom moves us precisely because it fades. The song touches the heart because it ends. Change gives value to everything. Without impermanence, life would be frozen, sterile, without growth or grace. The Buddha once sat beside a dying tree and said to his disciples, "See how it bends, how it sheds its leaves without complaint." To resist impermanence is to resist nature itself. In that moment, even the wind seemed to bow in agreement. Impermanence means that joy will pass, but so will sorrow. No pain lasts forever. No storm can rage without pause. The same law that takes away also gives anew. Every ending carries the seed of a beginning. When you lose something precious, remember the same force that ended one chapter is already writing the next. Imagine a wave rising from the ocean. For a moment, it has formed a crest, a curve, a name. Then it falls back into the sea. We mourn the wave, forgetting that it was never separate from the water. So too with our lives. We rise, shine briefly in our form, and return to the vastness we came from. To know this is to live without fear. In meditation, reflect on change by observing the breath. Each inhale arises, each exhale passes. Life itself mirrors this rhythm, a continuous giving and releasing. When you notice yourself clinging, breathe deeply and whisper, "This too shall pass," not as resignation, but as reverence. You are honoring the law that keeps the universe in motion. Impermanence also brings wisdom to love. When you truly grasp that every meeting will one day end, you stop taking people for granted. You listen more deeply, forgive more easily, and hold others with gentleness instead of possession. Awareness of impermanence turns ordinary moments into sacred ones. Every smile becomes a miracle, every goodbye a prayer. There is a story of a student who asked his teacher, "Why do you always smile even when things fall apart?" The teacher replied, "Because everything that falls apart teaches me not to cling." He paused and added, "And because every falling apart reveals something more spacious waiting underneath." We spend much of our lives fighting impermanence, trying to preserve youth, success, relationships, even our beliefs. But this fight is unwinnable. You cannot stop the tide by shouting at the sea. The wise instead learn to surf the waves, to ride change with grace, not resistance. When you surrender to impermanence, you don't lose control. You discover flow. The Buddha taught that impermanence is not only an external truth, it is the nature of the mind itself. Thoughts, emotions, and perceptions are constantly shifting. The anger that seemed so solid a moment ago dissolves into tenderness. The sadness that weighed you down gives way to peace. Nothing stays, not even the self that experiences it all. This recognition brings immense freedom. You no longer need to fix or escape every feeling. You simply allow them to arise and fade like clouds across a vast sky. A monk once asked, "How do I find peace when everything keeps changing?" The Buddha replied, "By seeing that peace does not depend on what changes. Impermanence teaches us to let go, not out of despair, but out of wisdom. When you release the need for things to last, you begin to taste eternity in the moment. The present becomes precious, for it is fleeting. Each breath, each glance, each sound becomes sacred, because it will never come again. Take a simple example: a sunset. You cannot hold it, you cannot repeat it, but you can be fully present as it unfolds. That presence is enlightenment itself, the realization that nothing needs to stay for it to be complete. When we align with impermanence, gratitude blossoms. Instead of asking, "How long will this last?" we whisper, "How fortunate that this is happening at all." Gratitude turns impermanence from a source of sorrow into a fountain of wonder. And when loss inevitably comes, as it will, you can bow to it, not as an enemy, but as a teacher. You can say, "Thank you for reminding me how precious life is." In that moment, grief transforms into love. Tonight, as you prepare to rest, reflect on one change that has shaped you. Perhaps it was a loss, a beginning, a transformation. Instead of mourning what was, offer gratitude for what it gave. Say softly, "Because it changed, I grew." Feel how the truth of impermanence, once feared, becomes the doorway to wisdom. The Buddha's final words to his disciples were simple: "All conditioned things are impermanent. Strive on with diligence." He did not say this to sadden them, but to awaken them, to remind them that every moment is both dying and being born. In the next part, we will explore the art of letting go, how to release clinging, surrender control, and find freedom in the very act of yielding to life's flow. Letting go is not the same as giving up. It is not weakness or apathy. It is the courageous act of unclenching your hand from what was never truly yours to hold. The Buddha called this practice vimutti, liberation, the release that comes when the heart no longer clings to what constantly changes. Most of our suffering does not come from what happens to us. It comes from our refusal to release it. We replay memories, resist endings, and try to control what cannot be controlled. We cling to people, to beliefs, to the idea of who we think we should be. Yet every attachment is a thread that binds us to restlessness. Letting go is the art of untangling those threads one by one, until only peace remains. Imagine standing in a river trying to hold on to a floating branch. The current pulls, but you resist, afraid to be swept away. In time, your arms ache, your grip weakens, and exhaustion sets in. Finally, you release, and instead of drowning, you discover you float. The river was never trying to drown you. It was carrying you all along. That is the paradox of letting go. The moment you release control, life begins to support you. The Buddha once compared attachment to a rope around the neck of an ox. The animal moves, but the rope tightens. The harder it pulls, the more it suffers. To let go is to untie the rope, to stop fighting the flow of things. But how do we truly let go in a world that keeps demanding we hold on? We begin with awareness. Notice where tension lives in your body when you cling, the tightness in your chest when someone doesn't meet your expectations, the heaviness in your stomach when a plan falls apart. These sensations are signs the body whispering, it's time to release. Sit quietly, take a deep breath, and say silently, "I allow this to change." Feel the space that opens within you when you do. Letting go is not a single act. It's a way of being. It's the daily practice of softening into what is without resistance. A story tells of two monks who came across a heavy door blocking their path. One struggled to push it open, using all his strength. The other simply sat, waited for the wind to shift, and gently pulled. The door opened effortlessly. The first monk said, "Why did the door open for you?" The second smiled, "Because I stopped trying to push it the wrong way." That is the wisdom of letting go. It is not about effort, but alignment. Life has its rhythm. When you move with it, not against it, what once felt like struggle becomes grace. Letting go also means forgiving not just others, but yourself. The past cannot be changed, but it can be released. To forgive is to say, "I will no longer carry this pain as proof of who I am." You cannot begin a new story while clutching the old pages. Burn them gently with love. From their ashes, new beginnings rise. In relationships, letting go does not always mean leaving. Sometimes it means loosening your grasp, allowing others to be who they are not, who you wish them to be. When love is rooted in freedom, not control, it grows deeper. The Buddha said, "If you love someone, let them be as they are." In this way, both you and they are free. Many resist letting go because they fear emptiness. If I release this, they ask, what will remain? The answer is simple peace. What you let go of is never your true self. It is the illusion of control, the weight of expectations, the stories that no longer serve you. What remains is clarity, presence, and the quiet joy of simply being. Try this meditation. Sit comfortably and bring to mind something you struggle to release: a person, a regret, a fear. Visualize holding it tightly in your hands. Feel the tension. Then, on your next exhale, open your palms. Imagine it floating away, carried by the wind. Whisper softly, "Thank you for what you taught me. I set you free." Repeat this until you feel lightness in your chest. That lightness is your natural state, unburdened awareness. Letting go also means releasing the idea that life must follow your plan. The universe often unfolds in ways that defy logic, but serve growth. What feels like loss today may one day reveal itself as grace. The flower does not mourn the petals it sheds. It trusts the cycle that brings new blooms. Even the Buddha practiced letting go again and again. He let go of his palace, his comfort, his teachers, his beliefs, until nothing remained but truth. In that emptiness, he found enlightenment, not by gaining something new, but by releasing everything false. To live this teaching is to cultivate gentle detachment. Detachment does not mean indifference. It means freedom from entanglement. You still care, you still love, but you do not cling. You participate fully in life, yet your happiness is not hostage to its outcomes. Letting go is also a practice of trust. Trust that the universe knows what it's doing, even when you don't. Trust that every ending makes space for something new. Trust that your worth is not tied to what you lose or keep. There's a Zen saying, "Let go or be dragged." To hold on to what is slipping away is to invite suffering, but to release it is to align with the truth that everything in life is borrowed from breath to heartbeat to time itself. When you realize this, gratitude replaces fear. Tonight, before you sleep, ask yourself, what am I holding that no longer serves me? Maybe it's a grudge, a dream that's expired, or a version of yourself you've outgrown. Whatever it is, breathe in compassion and breathe out release. Whisper, I let you go with love. The next morning, notice how the world feels a little wider, a little lighter. That is the magic of surrender. The universe moves in to fill the space your clinging once occupied. In the next part, we will explore acceptance and surrender, how saying yes to what is transforms struggle into serenity, and how surrender is not defeat, but the highest form of wisdom. Acceptance is the stillness at the heart of the storm. It does not mean resignation or passivity. It means meeting reality as it is without resistance, without demanding that it be different before you can find peace. The Buddha called this the great equanimity, the serenity that comes when the mind no longer fights with what already exists. Surrender is its companion, the gentle bow before life's unfolding. To surrender is not to give up, but to give in to the truth of this moment, to the mystery beyond understanding. It is the act of saying yes, even when the heart does not yet know why. We spend much of our lives wrestling with what is. We say, I'll be happy when this changes, when they apologize, when I finally get what I want. But that when never comes, because reality does not obey our conditions. It simply flows indifferent to our demands. Acceptance is the moment we stop arguing with that flow and start moving with it. Imagine standing in the ocean waves crashing against you. You can stiffen your body, resist, and be thrown off balance, or you can soften your knees, move with the rhythm, and remain upright. The waves still come, but they no longer defeat you. This is the art of acceptance, dancing with what is instead of drowning in what should be. The Buddha once told his disciples, when you accept what arises without clinging or aversion, you end suffering at its root. It is not the event that hurts us most. It is our resistance to it. The rain is just rain. Our protest makes it a storm. Acceptance begins in small moments. When the line is long, when the traffic is slow, when the plan changes, notice the mind's reaction. You'll hear it whisper, this shouldn't be happening. Pause, breathe, and gently reply, yet it is. Feel how that simple recognition releases tension. Acceptance is not the same as approval. You can accept a difficult truth without agreeing with it. You can acknowledge pain without calling it good. Acceptance simply means seeing things clearly, removing the layer of judgment that adds unnecessary suffering. Only when you see reality as it is can you begin to act wisely within it. Surrender goes one step further. It is trust in the larger design, even when your limited mind cannot see its pattern. It is lying back in the river of existence and letting it carry you home. The Buddha's path is not about controlling life. It is about understanding it, aligning with its nature. When you stop resisting, you discover that life itself is compassionate, always moving toward balance, always teaching what you most need to learn. There is a story of a farmer whose horse ran away. The neighbors said, "Such bad luck." The farmer replied, "Maybe." The next day, the horse returned with 3 wild horses. "Such good luck," they said. The farmer replied, "Maybe." His son tried to tame one of the wild horses and broke his leg. "Such bad luck," they cried. "Maybe," said the farmer. A week later, soldiers came to recruit young men for war, but the son was spared because of his injury. The farmer only smiled. Acceptance is that smile, the understanding that we cannot see the full picture yet. What looks like loss today may reveal itself as grace tomorrow. To surrender is to live with faith in that unseen wholeness. In meditation, practice acceptance by focusing on sensations in your body. Notice what feels pleasant, unpleasant, or neutral. Instead of trying to change them, simply observe. Feel the heat, the pressure, the pulsing, without labeling them as good or bad. Watch how each sensation rises, shifts, and fades. This is how life unfolds moment by moment, without your control, yet always in motion. The Buddha described life as a river of phenomena, thoughts, feelings, sounds, all flowing through awareness. You are not the river. You are the space that allows it to flow. When you accept the river's current, it becomes peaceful. When you fight it, you drown. Surrender also requires humility. It means admitting that we do not know. The mind craves answers, control, certainty, but life often unfolds through mystery. When we surrender, we allow space for grace. What we cannot solve through thinking often resolves itself through trust. There is a quiet strength in those who have surrendered. They move gently through chaos, anchored in calm. They do not force outcomes, yet somehow things fall into place around them. Their power lies in their openness. They have learned that to yield is not to lose power, it is to merge with it. In relationships, acceptance means allowing others to be who they are. You stop trying to mold them into the image of your expectations. Love becomes lighter, more spacious. You begin to see that everyone is walking their own path, shaped by causes and conditions you cannot fully know. Instead of judging you, begin to understand. Acceptance is also a profound form of self-love. Many people resist parts of themselves, their past, their body, their emotions, but the parts we reject are the ones most in need of compassion. Sit quietly and whisper to yourself, I accept this too. Whether it's your fear, your anger, your mistakes, allow them to exist. Paradoxically, what you fully accept begins to transform. Think of the lotus flower. It blooms in muddy water, not by rejecting the mud, but by using it as nourishment. The mud is not the obstacle. It is the source of growth. Likewise, the difficulties in your life are not punishments, they are teachers. When you accept them, they turn from poison to medicine. Acceptance and surrender are not destinations, but daily practices. Each time you face uncertainty, you can choose to fight or to flow. Each time life surprises you, you can meet it with resistance or reverence. The difference between struggle and serenity is not in circumstances, it is in the heart's response. Try this before you rest tonight. Place your hand over your chest and take 3 slow breaths. On the inhale, say silently, I receive what is. On the exhale, I release what was. After a few breaths, whisper, I trust what will be. Feel the body soften, as if every cell bows to the present moment. That is surrender, not submission, but sacred acceptance. The Buddha taught peace comes not by wishing for a perfect world, but by seeing the world perfectly as it is. In that seeing, the battle ends. You do not fall asleep defeated. You rest in harmony with the way things are. In the next part, we will explore the art of patience, how waiting with awareness becomes a spiritual practice, and how patience reveals the quiet intelligence of time itself. Patience is not merely the ability to wait, it is the art of waiting with grace. It is the soft strength that allows time to unfold at its natural rhythm. The Buddha called patience Khanti, one of the highest perfections, because it holds within it both compassion and wisdom. To be patient is to trust the timing of life, to know that everything blooms when the season is right, not a moment before. In our restless world, patience is often mistaken for passivity. We are taught to chase, to strive, to demand results. Yet impatience is a kind of violence. It pulls us out of the present and scatters the mind into fragments of frustration. The wise, however, move at the pace of peace. They understand that what grows too fast rarely grows deep. Imagine a seed buried in soil. You cannot force it to sprout by tugging at its leaves. It must open in its own time. The same is true of growth, healing, and understanding. When we rush the process, we damage the delicate unfolding of truth. Patience, then, is not inaction. It is deep faith in the unseen work beneath the surface. There is a Zen saying, "When nothing seems to be happening, the roots are growing." This simple truth reveals the hidden beauty of patience. Much of life's transformation happens underground, where the eyes cannot see. Every pause, every delay, every moment of waiting is secretly preparing the next step in your becoming. The Buddha often spoke of patience as the antidote to anger. When we are patient, we give ourselves the gift of time, the time to breathe before reacting, to listen, before judging, to understand before acting. In that space, wisdom arises naturally. Impatience is the mind's rebellion against reality. Patience is the heart's surrender to it. Consider how water wears away stone. It does not rush or rage. It simply flows persistently, day after day. Over time, what seems unmovable yields to gentleness. This is the quiet power of patience. It transforms without force, heals without haste. In meditation, patience is essential. The beginner often expects peace immediately, but the mind, long accustomed to chaos, needs time to settle. The Buddha once compared the mind to a glass of muddy water. If you let it rest, the mud sinks and clarity returns on its own. No amount of shaking will make it clear faster. Patience, in this sense, is the stillness that allows clarity to appear naturally. To practice patience, start by observing your impulses. Notice how often the mind demands, now, faster, why not yet? Each of these thoughts is a wave of resistance. When you feel that pull, pause and breathe deeply. Say to yourself, I give this moment permission to unfold. This small mantra can soften frustration and return you to presence. In relationships, patience becomes an act of love. Every person is a process of becoming just as you are. When you rush others to change or to meet your expectations, you create suffering for both sides. To be patient with someone is to say, I see your journey and I trust your timing. That trust nurtures growth far more than pressure ever could. There is a story of a monk who planted a small sapling in front of his hut. Each morning he watered it. Each evening he whispered blessings over it. A student asked, Master, do you wish it to grow faster? The monk smiled. No, I wish to grow with it. Patience is exactly that, to grow with life, not ahead of it. Patience also teaches humility. It reminds us that we are not the architects of time. The sun rises and sets without our permission. The moon wanes and waxes on its own. To align with this rhythm is to rediscover harmony. The impatient mind demands that the universe bend to its desires. The patient heart bows to the wisdom of its timing. When you practice patience, anxiety begins to fade. You stop trying to force outcomes and begin to trust that what is meant for you will come when you are ready to receive it. There is profound peace in that knowing. The Buddha taught, do not chase after the future. Rest in the present. The future will come by itself. Patience is also the foundation of compassion toward yourself. Growth is not linear. There will be setbacks, mistakes, and days when you feel lost. In those moments, instead of condemning yourself, whisper, I am learning, I am unfolding. Just as a flower does not bloom by scolding itself, you too blossom through gentle patience. Try this reflection. Think of a part of your life where you feel stuck, perhaps a dream unfulfilled, or a change that seems slow. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and say, "Even this has its season." Feel the tension ease as trust replaces doubt. Remember, every winter holds the promise of spring. Patience also deepens gratitude. When you stop rushing through life, you begin to notice the subtle gifts hidden in each moment, the warmth of sunlight, the sound of rain, the breath that keeps you alive. Impatience blinds you to these miracles. Patience opens your eyes. When you practice patience, time itself seems to change. It no longer feels like an enemy to outrun, but a friend walking beside you. You begin to see that what truly matters, love, wisdom, peace, cannot be hurried. These things grow slowly, like trees reaching their height through countless silent seasons. Tonight, sit quietly and reflect on your day. Where were you impatient with yourself, with others, with life? Breathe in compassion and exhale release. Whisper softly, "I trust the timing of my journey." Let the words settle into your heart like seeds of calm. The fruit of patience is serenity. The reward of waiting with faith is wisdom. Time, when honored, becomes not something we endure, but something that teaches. In the next part, we will explore the power of silence, how stillness becomes the language of the soul, and how in the quiet between thoughts, we hear the voice of truth itself. Silence is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of everything that truly matters. Beneath the noise of the world and the chatter of the mind, there is a stillness that has never been disturbed. The Buddha called this stillness nirvana, the unconditioned peace that exists before words, before thoughts, before I and you. When you enter silence with awareness, you do not lose yourself, you return to yourself. In a world addicted to noise, silence has become a rare sanctuary. We fill every gap with sound conversations, music, scrolling plans, distractions. But in doing so, we drown out the very voice that can guide us, the voice of wisdom that speaks only in quiet tones. The heart does not shout, it whispers. To hear it, we must learn to be still. The Buddha often retreated into forests where even the rustling of leaves became a sermon. His disciples would ask him questions, and sometimes he would simply sit in silence. That silence was not emptiness, it was a teaching. In it was contained all understanding that truth does not belong to words, but to awareness itself. There is a story of a monk who once asked Master, "What is the essence of enlightenment?" The teacher said nothing. The monk pressed on, "Please tell me." The teacher smiled and replied, "I have been telling you in silence all along." Only then did the monk bow, tears in his eyes. He realized that the deepest truths are not taught, they are felt. Silence is not a void, it is a mirror. When you are silent, you begin to see yourself clearly. Your fears, desires, restlessness, and peace. It can be uncomfortable at first because the mind, deprived of distraction, reveals everything it has been hiding. But this is where healing begins. To sit with silence is to sit with truth. Try this. Find a quiet place, close your eyes, and simply listen. Do not label the sounds, just hear them. The distant hum, the beating of your heart, the rhythm of your breath. Slowly, as the outer sounds fade, you begin to hear the subtle music beneath them, the hum of existence itself. That is the song of silence. The Buddha said, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." Silence is that one word. It carries the vibration of understanding that no speech can equal. When the tongue rests, the heart begins to speak. Silence also teaches us how to listen to others, to nature, to the pulse of life. True listening is not waiting for your turn to speak. It is emptying yourself completely to receive what is being shared. In silence, empathy blossoms, because you are no longer thinking about how to respond. You are simply present. Imagine two friends sitting by a lake at dusk, saying nothing. The water reflects the fading sky, and their stillness mirrors it. No words are needed, because their hearts are in harmony. That is true communication, the meeting of souls in silence. We often think silence must be sought in remote places, but it exists everywhere, even in the middle of chaos. It is not the absence of sound, but the absence of resistance. You can be silent while walking in a crowd, cooking, or even speaking, when your actions flow from awareness rather than noise. In daily life, practice moments of sacred pause. Before you respond to someone, take a breath of silence. Before you rush into a decision, sit in stillness. In that brief space, clarity emerges. The Buddha called it the gap between impulse and wisdom. That gap is where peace resides. There is power in silent presence. When you sit quietly with someone in pain without advice or judgment, you become a vessel of healing. Words often fail where silence succeeds. The stillness of your being reminds others that they too can rest, that they too can be enough just as they are. Silence also connects us to nature. Listen to the way the wind speaks through trees, the waves through the shore, the fire through its crackle. Nature is always communicating, but never in haste. In its silence, you hear eternity. During meditation, silence becomes both teacher and destination. As thoughts arise, do not fight them. Let them pass like ripples on a pond. Gradually, the ripples fade, and what remains is the pure reflection of awareness. In that space, you understand without needing to think. The silence itself becomes understanding. The great master Bodhidharma once said, "All the suffering of the world arises from noise in the mind. When the mind grows quiet, suffering loses its roots. The same situation once unbearable becomes manageable, even sacred." Silence gives you the distance to see that you are not your thoughts. You are the space they move through. Silence is not isolation. It is intimacy with everything. When the ego's chatter stops, the barrier between self and other dissolves. You feel the trees breathing with you, the stars watching you, the universe pulsing through your veins. In silence, you remember that you are part of something vast and eternal. To live a life rooted in silence does not mean abandoning the world. It means carrying stillness within it. Your words become slower, softer, more intentional. Your presence becomes grounding for others. You become like the moon reflected on water, serene, luminous, untouched by turbulence. Each night before sleep, turn off every device, every distraction, and sit for a moment in darkness. Let the silence envelop you. Feel your breath, your heartbeat, the life that moves silently within you. Whisper inwardly, "In stillness, I return home." The next morning, when you step into the noise of the world, carry a piece of that silence with you. Let it be your anchor, your refuge, your quiet strength. For silence once found, never leaves. It becomes the background music of your soul. In the next part, we will explore mindful speech, how to transform words into instruments of peace, and how to speak from silence so that every syllable becomes a blessing. Speech is one of the most powerful tools we possess and one of the easiest to misuse. Words can heal or harm, build or destroy open hearts, or close them. The Buddha taught that right speech, samavaka, is one of the 8 steps on the noble path. It is not simply about refraining from lies or harshness, but about using language as a vehicle of awareness, compassion, and truth. When we speak, We do not merely transfer information, we shape reality. Every word carries energy, intention, and consequence. Once released, it cannot be retrieved. The Buddha likened words to arrows. Once they leave the bow, they fly where the mind has aimed. This is why mindful speech begins not with the tongue, but with the heart. Before speaking, the wise pause to ask 3 questions. Is it true? Is it necessary? Is it kind? If your words cannot pass through all 3 gates, perhaps silence will serve better. Truth without kindness can wound. Kindness without truth can mislead. But when both meet, speech becomes a bridge between souls. There is a story of a monk who was known for his calm presence. One day, a man approached him shouting insults. The monk stood still, smiling softly. Finally, the man demanded, "Why don't you answer me?" The monk said, "If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does it belong?" The man was silent. The monk bowed gently and walked away. This is the strength of mindful speech, the power to choose not to engage in noise. Mindful speech begins in mindful listening. You cannot speak wisely if you do not listen deeply. Most people listen only to reply, not to understand. When you truly listen without the noise of your own judgments, you hear not just words, but the feelings beneath them. Listening with awareness is an act of love. It tells the other, "You matter enough for me to be fully present." In daily life, observe how quickly the mind wants to fill silence with talk. Words spill out, not because they are needed, but because we are uncomfortable with stillness. But true communication requires spaciousness. It is in the pauses, the breaths between sentences, that connection deepens. Let your words be like stones dropped into a still pond, deliberate, clear, and rippling with meaning. The Buddha described 4 kinds of speech to avoid false, divisive, harsh, and idle. False speech creates illusion. Divisive speech separates friends. Harsh speech wounds. Idle speech drains life of depth. To practice right speech is to speak only what brings harmony and understanding. This does not mean we must be timid or always gentle. Sometimes truth must be firm, especially when it prevents harm. But even firmness can arise from compassion, not anger. The tone matters as much as the content. When your heart is calm, your words carry peace, even in correction. Try this practice before speaking. Take 1 mindful breath. Feel the air entering and leaving your body. Ask, am I speaking to express love or to protect ego? Most of the world's conflicts would dissolve if everyone took 1 conscious breath before replying. When you do speak, let your words come from stillness, not from reactivity. Speak slowly, as though your words were sacred offerings. The Buddha once said, "Speak only when your words are more beautiful than silence. Make that your compass." Mindful speech also means knowing when not to speak. There are moments when silence is the most compassionate response, when another's pain needs presence more than advice. The ego rushes to fill the space with words. Wisdom waits quietly beside the wound. Sometimes all the heart needs is to be heard in stillness. Notice too the energy of your voice. Even truthful words can become sharp when spoken with agitation. Before you speak to someone, check your inner state. Are you grounded, or are you spilling your own turmoil? If the latter, return to your breath before you share it with the world. Language can be medicine. A simple "I understand" or "I'm here with you" can soothe suffering more deeply than any lecture. When your speech arises from compassion, it becomes an extension of healing itself. Mindful speech can also be a mirror. Pay attention to the words you use most often. They reveal the contents of your heart. If your language is filled with complaints, you are reinforcing dissatisfaction. If it is filled with gratitude, you are planting seeds of joy. Every word you speak either strengthens peace or feeds confusion. There was once a student who asked his teacher, "Master, how do I speak so that others will listen?" The teacher smiled. "First, learn to speak so that your words listen to your own heart." That is the essence of right speech, to make every sentence a reflection of awareness. When you speak truthfully, kindly, and from silence, your words carry the power of transformation. Mindful speech extends beyond the spoken word. The tone of your emails, your social media posts, your gestures, all communicate your state of consciousness. Ask yourself, is what I share adding light or adding noise? In a world already overflowing with sound, choose to be a voice of calm clarity. The Buddha's own words were few but timeless. He spoke not to impress, but to awaken. Each word was a vessel carrying compassion. To follow his example is not to imitate his silence, but to embody its source, to speak as one who has listened deeply to the truth of the heart. Try this reflection before sleep. Recall your day's conversations. Which words brought harmony? Which brought disquiet? Without judgment, simply observe. Tomorrow, choose to speak from a place of deeper awareness. Let your voice become an instrument of peace. When speech flows from mindfulness, even a single word can change a life. It can soften anger, mend division, ignite hope. When words arise from ego, they create confusion. When they arise from compassion, they create connection. The choice is yours with every breath. In the next part, we will explore the power of gratitude, how seeing the sacred in the ordinary opens the heart to joy, and how thankfulness turns every moment into a prayer. Gratitude is the quiet art of seeing the sacred in the ordinary. It is the practice of bowing before life, not because it is perfect, but because it is precious. The Buddha once said, "Let us rise up and be thankful for, if we didn't learn much today, at least we learned a little." Gratitude is not an emotion reserved for moments of abundance. It is a way of being that transforms every breath into a blessing. When you awaken in the morning and feel the rhythm of your own heart, gratitude begins there. Before the mind has a chance to chase after problems or plans, you can whisper, "Thank you for this breath." That single moment of awareness changes everything. Gratitude does not deny suffering. It shines light upon it, revealing that even within pain there is life, there is growth, there is something to honor. The ungrateful mind constantly searches for what is missing. It says, "If only I had this. If only that person changed, then I would be happy." Gratitude reverses that lens. It says, "Even in this, I am blessed." It shifts focus from scarcity to sufficiency, from complaint to wonder. When you look through the eyes of gratitude, life ceases to be an obstacle course. It becomes a field of miracles. The Buddha taught that the human mind is like a garden. Whatever seeds you water will grow. If you water anger, resentment, or desire, they will multiply. But if you water gratitude, joy will bloom even in the harshest soil. Gratitude is the sunlight of the spirit. It makes all other virtues flourish naturally. Consider a simple cup of tea. Gratitude allows you to see the entire universe in that cup, the rain that nourished the leaves, the hands that picked them, the fire that warmed the water, the earth that gave itself to sustain you. In a single sip, you touch countless lives and countless moments. When you drink mindfully with thankfulness, you are no longer separate from the world. You are part of its gentle rhythm. There is a story of a young monk who once asked his teacher, "What is the key to happiness?" The teacher handed him a small bowl of rice and said, "Eat this with awareness." As the monk ate, He noticed each grain, each breath, each motion. When he finished, tears filled his eyes. "I understand," he said. "Everything is a gift." The teacher nodded. "And when you see life as a gift, suffering loses its weight." Gratitude is not blind positivity. It is spiritual clarity. It does not pretend that everything is easy. It simply acknowledges that even difficulty carries meaning. Every challenge teaches patience. Every loss teaches compassion. Every ending prepares the ground for a beginning. Gratitude turns wounds into wisdom. In moments of sorrow, gratitude can feel far away, but that is precisely when it is most needed. When the heart aches, look for what remains, the breath that sustains you, the lessons learned, the people who still walk beside you. Gratitude does not erase pain. It gives it purpose. It allows the heart to stay open instead of collapsing in bitterness. Practice gratitude as a daily meditation. Each morning before rising, bring to mind 3 simple things you are thankful for. They need not be grand: a beam of sunlight, a kind word, the stillness of dawn. Feel them in your body. Let them warm your heart. At night, before sleep, reflect again. What today brought light, however small? Over time, this habit reshapes your mind, turning complaint into contentment. When gratitude takes root, your perception changes. The same situations that once felt mundane now shimmer with aliveness. The breeze against your skin, the laughter of a child, even the silence of an empty room, all become teachers of presence. Gratitude transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. The Buddha's life was one of immense simplicity, yet he radiated joy. He had no possessions, yet he possessed everything that mattered: awareness, compassion, and peace. His gratitude did not depend on comfort, but on understanding that every moment, even one of hardship, is part of the sacred dance of impermanence. There is a profound practice known as walking gratitude. When you walk, match each step with a silent thank you. Thank you for this ground beneath my feet. Thank you for this breath. Thank you for this life. This simple rhythm aligns you with the heartbeat of existence. It turns walking into prayer, motion into meditation. In relationships, gratitude softens the heart. Instead of focusing on what others fail to give, notice what they already offer. A listening ear, a shared meal, a moment of laughter. The more you acknowledge these small kindnesses, the more love expands between you. Gratitude is not only a feeling, it is a form of giving. It feeds connection, nurtures empathy, and dissolves resentment. Gratitude also connects you to the present. The mind that is grateful does not dwell on the past or grasp at the future. It bows to this moment as enough. When you live in gratitude, time itself slows. You begin to experience what the Buddha called the eternal, now a space where joy and peace naturally arise. Even when gratitude is hard, practice it gently. You may not feel thankful for pain, but you can be thankful for the strength to endure it. You may not love the uncertainty of change, but you can honor the courage it calls forth. Gratitude does not require perfection. It asks only for openness. One evening, as the Buddha watched the sunset, a disciple asked, "Master, how can one keep faith in dark times?" The Buddha smiled, pointing to the fading light. "Do you see, even as the sun disappears, it leaves behind a sky full of color? Gratitude is that color. It remains when all else fades." Tonight, before you rest, sit quietly and reflect. What today can I thank life for? It could be something as small as the breath that carried you through your worries, or a kindness from a stranger. Whisper softly, "Thank you." Feel how the words open your heart like petals unfolding toward light. Gratitude is not the end of the path. It is the beginning of awakening. When you are grateful, the world no longer needs to change for you to be at peace. You already dwell in peace. Gratitude is enlightenment in practice, joy made visible. In the next part, we will explore compassion, the awakening of the heart that allows us to feel the suffering of others as our own, and to respond not with pity, but with boundless love. Compassion is the radiant heart of the Buddha's teaching, the gentle fire that melts the boundaries between self and other. It is not mere sympathy nor a fleeting emotion. It is the living recognition that all beings everywhere share the same wish to be free from suffering. When compassion awakens, it does not ask who deserves my kindness. It simply says, "May all beings be well." The Buddha described compassion karuna as the highest form of strength. It is the power that transforms pain into love and wounds into wisdom. To be compassionate is not to feel sorry for others. It is to see their suffering and remain open-hearted even when the instinct is to turn away. Imagine holding a small bird with a broken wing. If you squeeze too tightly, you harm it. If you hold too loosely, it falls. Compassion is that balance, the gentle firmness that protects without controlling, helps without pitying. It knows that love must be both tender and wise. We live in a world where pain is everywhere on the streets, in the faces of strangers within our own hearts. Often, we protect ourselves by building emotional walls, thinking they will keep suffering out. But walls keep out joy as well. Compassion does not deny pain. It lets it in and transforms it. The heart that can hold sorrow without collapsing becomes vast enough to hold the entire world. The Buddha himself was moved to compassion upon seeing sickness, aging, and death for the first time. Those sights did not fill him with despair. They awakened him to the truth that all beings suffer. His enlightenment began not in escape from the world's pain, but in deep empathy with it. In his compassion, he found freedom not from suffering, but through understanding it. To cultivate compassion, begin by softening toward yourself. You cannot give what you do not possess. Too often we are harsh with ourselves, calling our pain weakness and our mistakes failures. But the Buddha taught that self-compassion is the first step toward awakening. When you can look upon your own suffering with kindness, you begin to see that every being struggles just as you do. Try this meditation. Sit quietly and place your hand over your heart. Breathe in and silently say, "May I be at peace." Breathe out, "May I be free from suffering." Repeat this until you feel warmth in your chest. Then extend the same wish outward to someone you love, then to someone neutral, then to someone difficult. Finally, imagine your compassion radiating out to all beings, humans, animals, even those unseen. This is how compassion grows from the self to the infinite. There is a story of a monk who found a scorpion drowning in a stream. Each time he reached to save it, the scorpion stung him, yet he kept trying. A passerby shouted, "Why save it if it keeps hurting you?" The monk smiled, "Because it is its nature to sting, and it is my nature to save." Compassion does not depend on the behavior of others. It arises from who you choose to be. True compassion is not sentimental. It does not mean saying yes to everything. Sometimes compassion wears the face of firmness, of boundaries, of truth. The Buddha corrected his disciples with gentleness, but also with clarity. Compassion guided his words, not fear of discomfort. To be compassionate is to care enough to speak truth, even when it is difficult, always with love as the intention. Compassion also requires presence. You cannot feel deeply for what you do not see clearly. When you truly look into another's eyes, when you truly listen, their story becomes part of your own. This dissolving of separation is the seed of enlightenment, the realization that the suffering of one is the suffering of all. In the modern world, compassion can feel like a fragile candle in a storm. News, anger, injustice all seem to extinguish it. But the Buddha taught that compassion grows stronger when tested. Every act of cruelty you witness is an invitation to respond differently, to be the light that does not waver in the wind. Practice small acts of compassion daily. Smile at a stranger. Offer help without being asked. Speak gently when it would be easier to ignore. These are not small gestures, they are ripples of awakening. The Buddha once said, "Thousands of candles can be lit from a single flame, and the life of the candle will not be shortened." Your compassion is that flame. Compassion also heals division. When anger arises, remember that even those who cause harm are acting out of their own pain. This does not excuse wrongdoing, but it explains it. To see the suffering behind unkindness is to rob hatred of its power. You respond not with revenge, but with understanding the only force that can truly break the cycle of harm. In relationships, compassion deepens intimacy. When you replace judgment with curiosity, your heart becomes a sanctuary where others feel safe to be real. Compassion says, "I see your struggle and I do not turn away." In this space of acceptance, love becomes unconditional. Even in solitude, compassion sustains you. When life feels heavy, turn inward and offer kindness to your own weary spirit. Whisper, "I am doing my best." Feel how those words soften the hardness within. Every time you choose gentleness over criticism, you expand the boundaries of your heart. The Buddha's compassion was limitless. He wept for all beings trapped in ignorance, yet his tears were not of despair, they were of love. His compassion was not weakness, it was power, the power to forgive, to endure, to teach peace in a world of conflict. Each act of compassion, however small, sends ripples into the universe. A kind thought, a patient breath, a silent prayer, they all matter. Compassion changes the vibration of the world, one heartbeat at a time. Tonight, before sleep, think of someone who has hurt you, or whom you find difficult to love. Breathe deeply and say, "May you be free from suffering. May you find peace." Whether or not they hear it, your heart will. Compassion heals the one who gives it as much as the one who receives it. Compassion is the bridge between wisdom and love, between the individual and the infinite. When compassion fills your being, there is no me and you, only us, moving together through the mystery of life. In the next part, we will explore forgiveness, how releasing resentment frees the heart, and how true forgiveness is not forgetting, but remembering without hatred. Forgiveness is not about erasing the past, it is about freeing yourself from its weight. The Buddha once said, "Holding on to anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned." Forgiveness, then, is the act of dropping that coal, of choosing liberation over vengeance, peace over pain. To forgive does not mean to excuse or to forget. It means to release your heart from the prison of resentment. Many people mistake forgiveness for weakness, believing it lets others escape accountability. In truth, forgiveness is strength, the courage to face your wounds without allowing them to define you. It is not a gift to the one who wronged you. It is a gift to yourself. Imagine carrying a heavy stone through your life. Each time you remember the hurt, you grip it tighter. It weighs on your shoulders, strains your heart, and keeps your hands too full to hold anything new. Forgiveness is the moment you decide to set that stone down. The pain does not vanish, but your burden does. The Buddha taught that every act kind or cruel arises from conditions, fear, ignorance, or desire. When you see this clearly, hatred begins to dissolve. You realize that the person who hurt you was also suffering, trapped in their own confusion. Understanding this does not make their actions right, but it allows your heart to soften. Forgiveness begins with seeing that all beings act from their level of awareness. There is a story of a monk who was insulted by a villager. Instead of reacting, the monk smiled and said, "Thank you, friend, for showing me how much work I still have to do." The villager was stunned. Later he returned to apologize. The monk replied, "There is nothing to forgive. Your words were my lesson." True forgiveness turns wounds into wisdom. It transforms the arrow into the teacher. Forgiveness often begins not with others, but with ourselves. We carry guilt for past mistakes, for moments of weakness, for times we failed to live up to who we wish to be. But the Buddha taught that guilt without understanding is useless. It keeps us chained to what cannot be changed. Instead, reflect on your actions. Learn and release. Whisper softly to yourself, "I forgive the person I was when I did not know better." This is how healing begins. Self-forgiveness requires humility, the willingness to see your flaws without self-hatred. You are not your mistakes. You are the awareness learning from them. Every wrong turn has brought you closer to understanding, closer to compassion. Forgiveness of yourself is the soil where growth takes root. Forgiveness also means releasing the need for closure. Many wait for an apology before they let go, but peace cannot depend on another's awakening. Some may never understand the harm they caused. Waiting for them to change keeps you bound to the past. Forgiveness is the moment you decide, "I no longer need this story to hurt me to prove it mattered." Try this meditation, close your eyes, and bring to mind someone you struggled to forgive. It could even be yourself. Picture them standing before you. See the pain between you as a ball of fire. You have carried it for too long. Now imagine setting it down, watching it cool into light. Say quietly, "I release you. I release myself. May we both find peace." Feel the breath return freely to your body, as if a door has opened. The act of forgiveness is not a single moment, it is a process. You may need to let go 1,000 times before the wound stops calling your name. Be patient. Each breath of compassion weakens the chain. Each time you choose peace over bitterness, the heart heals a little more. Forgiveness does not erase boundaries. It simply removes poison. You can forgive someone and still choose distance. Boundaries protect peace. Resentment destroys it. The Buddha did not teach submission, he taught liberation. Forgiveness liberates you from the illusion that you need revenge to be whole. There is a quiet freedom that follows true forgiveness. One morning, you wake and realize the ache has softened, the story no longer burns. You remember, but without pain. The past remains, but its grip is gone. This is the moment the heart returns to its natural state, open, light, at ease. In relationships, forgiveness deepens love. When you let go of old hurts, you create space for understanding to grow. Every bond will falter at times, but forgiveness is the bridge that allows two imperfect beings to keep walking together. It says, "I see your humanity, and I choose love anyway." Sometimes the hardest forgiveness is toward life itself. We ask, why did this happen to me? Why such loss, such unfairness? Yet even here, forgiveness is freedom. To forgive life is to accept that not everything can be understood, but everything can be met with grace. The Buddha taught that pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional because suffering depends on resistance. Forgiveness is the release of that resistance. In the quiet of meditation, reflect on the people and events that still hold your heart hostage. One by one, breathe their names into the light. With each exhale, whisper, "I set you free," and know that in doing so, you are setting yourself free. The lotus flower blooms in the mud, not by denying it, but by rising above it. Forgiveness is your blooming. It is the moment the heart unfolds again after being closed for too long. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, think of one thing you are ready to release. Feel the tension leave your body as you say, "I let go. I forgive." You need not feel it perfectly. Even the intention plants the seed. The universe responds to sincerity, not perfection. When forgiveness becomes your way of life, no one can imprison your heart, not even the past. You walk lightly, unburdened, free to love again. In the next part, we will explore equanimity, the calm balance that allows the mind to remain steady through life's highs and lows, untouched yet deeply present. Equanimity is the deep, unshakable peace that remains even when the winds of change blow fiercely around you. It is the quiet strength of the mountain that stands unmoved through storm and sunshine alike. The Buddha called this state upekkha, the balance of heart and mind that sees everything with clarity, but clings to nothing. Equanimity does not mean indifference. It is not cold detachment or apathy. True equanimity is born from wisdom and compassion. It is the understanding that joy and sorrow, gain and loss, praise and blame, all are waves upon the same ocean of existence. To resist them is to drown. To flow with them is to awaken. In the Dhammapada, the Buddha taught, "As a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, so the wise are not moved by praise or blame." This is the essence of equanimity, to be steady, not because life is easy, but because you understand its impermanence. When you no longer expect permanence from what is fleeting, peace arises naturally. Imagine sitting beside a calm lake. The surface mirrors the sky, perfectly reflecting clouds and sunlight without grasping at either. When the wind stirs, the water ripples appear, but when the wind passes, stillness returns effortlessly. Your mind can be like that lake. Thoughts and emotions are only the wind. Awareness is the water beneath, clear, deep, undisturbed. We live in a world of constant movement, news, emotions, desires, comparisons. The mind becomes restless, pulled between what it wants and what it fears. Equanimity is the art of remaining centered amid that motion. It does not mean withdrawing from life. It means engaging with it from a place of stability rather than reaction. The Buddha often compared the balanced mind to a charioteer guiding horses. The horses are your senses constantly pulling towards sights, sounds, and feelings. The charioteer's task is not to suppress them, but to steer them skillfully. Equanimity is that skill. It allows you to meet every experience, pleasant or unpleasant, with awareness and composure. When joy arises, equanimity whispers, "This too will pass, cherish it without clinging." When sorrow visits, it reminds you, "This too will pass, meet it without resistance." In this balanced seeing, the heart becomes vast enough to hold all of life without being broken by it. There is a story of two monks walking through a forest. One complained constantly about the heat, the bugs, and the distance. The other walked in silence, smiling. Finally, the first monk asked, "How can you be so calm when everything is unpleasant?" The second replied, "Because I walk with what is not, with what I wish it to be." Equanimity is exactly that, to walk with life as it is. To cultivate equanimity, begin by observing your reactions throughout the day. Notice when praise lifts you too high or criticism pulls you too low. Notice when gain makes you greedy or loss makes you bitter. Each reaction reveals an attachment, a place where your peace depends on external conditions. Awareness is the first step toward balance. In meditation practice, watching thoughts and feelings rise and fall like clouds drifting across the sky. Do not chase the pleasant or resist the unpleasant. Simply observe. Say silently, "This too is part of life." Over time, this practice trains the mind to remain steady even in turbulence. Equanimity is not about suppressing emotions. You can feel deeply while remaining grounded. It is possible to grieve without despair, to rejoice without attachment. The heart that knows equanimity is spacious enough for both tears and laughter. When equanimity matures, compassion becomes effortless. You can hold the suffering of others without drowning in it. You act from wisdom, not from panic or pity. This is what allows great teachers and healers to serve tirelessly. They are rooted in equanimity. The Buddha described 4 divine states of mind: loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. Of these, equanimity is the foundation. Without balance, even love can become attachment, and compassion can become exhaustion. Equanimity ensures that love flows freely, without being consumed by pain. In relationships, equanimity brings harmony. You no longer demand that others fulfill your expectations. You give freely and receive with grace. When someone misunderstands you, you remain at peace, knowing that everyone sees through the lens of their own experience. You stop taking everything personally because you see how each person's actions are shaped by their own suffering and conditioning. Equanimity also transforms your approach to success and failure. You begin to see that both are teachers. Success tests humility. Failure teaches resilience. When you no longer cling to outcomes, every experience becomes part of your awakening. Try this simple reflection each evening. Recall the events of your day, both pleasant and unpleasant. Whisper softly, "This too belongs." Feel the acceptance in those words. Nothing needs to be rejected or grasped. Everything can be met with calm awareness. This is the essence of equanimity, to allow life to be what it is without losing yourself in it. Equanimity also means trusting the unfolding of time. You do not rush the seasons of your life. You do not demand that growth happen faster or healing come sooner. Like a wise gardener, you water, you wait, you trust. Peace grows quietly in that waiting. There is a deep joy in equanimity, the joy of being free from the tyranny of constant reaction. The joy of resting in the middle of life, not at its extremes. It is the still center from which true wisdom blossoms. Tonight, sit quietly and bring to mind one thing that usually disturbs your peace: a fear, a person, a situation. Breathe deeply and say, "May I meet this with balance." Feel your breath as an anchor in the ocean of your being. The waves may rise, but the ocean remains. When you cultivate equanimity, you become like the sky, spacious, open, and untouched by passing storms. The clouds of joy and sorrow drift by, but the sky remains vast and serene. In the next part, we will explore the art of presence, how living fully in this moment reveals the timeless beauty of existence, and how mindfulness turns every breath into a doorway to awakening. Presence is the heart of awakening, the still flame that burns quietly at the center of every mindful moment. It is not a skill to acquire or a place to reach. It is our natural state obscured only by distraction. The Buddha called this awareness sati, the remembering of what is here now. When presence is restored, even the simplest things shimmer with sacredness. We spend most of our lives elsewhere, lost in the past, rehearsing futures that never arrive, caught in the web of thought and worry. The mind becomes like a restless traveler, wandering endlessly without ever arriving home. But home is not somewhere to go. It is this breath, this heartbeat, this moment unfolding before you. Presence is the return. The Buddha once said, "Do not dwell in the past, do not dream of the future, concentrate the mind on the present moment." These words are not a command, but an invitation to step into the miracle of being alive right now. Every moment fully lived is a moment of freedom. Imagine sitting by a stream. Thoughts are like leaves floating on the water. You can chase them endlessly, or you can simply watch them drift by, anchored in the stillness beneath. That stillness is presence. It does not fight thought nor follow it. It simply is. Presence begins with attention to the body. Feel your breath move in and out the air, touching the tip of your nose, the chest rising and falling. Feel your feet on the ground, the sensations of warmth or coolness, the pulse of life moving quietly through you. These sensations are gateways into the now. The mind may wander, but the body is always here. When you cultivate presence, even ordinary acts become holy. Washing dishes becomes meditation, the warmth of water, the rhythm of motion, the dance of light on the surface of the sink. Walking becomes prayer, the contact of your feet with the earth, the air filling your lungs. Eating becomes gratitude, the awareness of nourishment flowing from life to life. In presence, nothing is mundane. You begin to see that everything, the sound of rain, the taste of tea, the feeling of sunlight, is an expression of the infinite unfolding through form. Life ceases to be a blur of moments rushing by. It becomes a living poem written in real time. Presence also dissolves suffering, for pain only grows in the mind that resists what is. When you are fully present, even discomfort becomes bearable, because you are no longer adding stories to it. You feel what is here, raw, direct, without judgment. The Buddha called this the single arrow. Life may pierce you with pain, but presence keeps you from shooting yourself with a second arrow of fear and thought. When emotions arise, anger, sadness, joy, presence invites you to observe rather than identify. Say silently, "This is anger. This is sadness." Watch where it lives in the body, how it moves, how it fades. In presence, emotion becomes energy flowing through awareness, not chains binding the soul. There is a story of a student who asked Master, "What is the path to enlightenment?" The teacher smiled and said, "When you walk, walk. When you eat, eat. When you sit, sit." The student frowned. "But isn't that what everyone does?" The teacher replied, "No. Most walk in dreams, eat with distraction, and sit in confusion. Presence is that simple and that rare. Presence is also the foundation of love. When you are fully here with another, listening without agenda, your presence becomes healing. You no longer need to fix or impress. Your being itself becomes enough." The Buddha's presence was said to calm even wild animals, not because of his words, but because of the stillness that emanated from him. True presence is a sanctuary that others can feel. To cultivate presence, practice pausing throughout your day. Before you open a door, take one conscious breath. Before speaking, notice the silence between words. Before eating, look at your food and whisper, "Thank you." These small pauses bring you back to yourself. Presence is not found in doing more, It is found in doing one thing with your whole being. Even in chaos, presence is possible. When life feels overwhelming, return to the breath. The breath is your anchor, the bridge between body and mind, between now and eternity. Each inhale says, I receive. Each exhale says, I release. Between them lies peace. Presence does not erase thought. It puts thought in its rightful place as a servant, not a master. The thinking mind is a tool, useful but restless. Presence reminds you that you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that sees them. You are the sky, not the weather. As presence deepens, time begins to lose its hold. You realize that the past is only memory, the future only imagination. The only thing that truly exists is now, and now is eternal. The Buddha called this the deathless realm, where birth and death lose meaning because consciousness is fully awake in the present. Try this reflection. Sit quietly and close your eyes. Feel your breath. With each inhale, whisper inwardly, here. With each exhale, whisper, now. Let every breath draw you deeper into the stillness of being. After a while, notice that there is no need to repeat the words, because you have become what they point to. You are here. You are now. When you live in presence, life no longer feels like a series of problems to solve. It becomes an unfolding mystery to witness. Each sound, each glance, each heartbeat becomes an invitation to remember. This is it. This is enough. Presence is not something you achieve. It is something you uncover by removing distraction. Beneath all the noise, it has always been there, patient, luminous, waiting for you to come home. Tonight, before sleep, turn off all lights and sit in silence. Feel the rhythm of your breath. Let thoughts come and go without resistance. Whisper softly, in this moment, nothing is missing. Let that truth cradle you into rest. In the next part, we will explore the illusion of control, how surrendering to life's flow opens the door to freedom, and how true strength is found not in mastery over events, but in harmony with them. Control is the great illusion of the restless mind. It whispers, if I can just manage everything, every outcome, every person, every detail, then I will finally be safe. Yet the harder we try to control life, the more it slips through our fingers. The Buddha taught that clinging to control is one of the main roots of suffering, for it demands stability from what is inherently fluid. Life is not a machine to be operated. It is a river to be flowed with. We cling because we fear uncertainty. We plan, predict, and manipulate to protect ourselves from the unknown. But uncertainty is not our enemy. It is the very condition that allows life to move, to change, to grow. Imagine if everything stayed exactly the same. No seasons, no growth, no surprise, no discovery. Certainty may feel safe, but it is also a kind of death. The truth is that the unknown is where all beauty begins. The Buddha once compared control to trying to command the tide. You can stand on the shore shouting at the waves to stop, but they will continue their dance. You can exhaust yourself building walls, yet the ocean will always find its way back to your feet. The wise learn to stand barefoot, feeling the rhythm of the tide, knowing that control was never the point, participation was. To surrender control does not mean to become passive. It means to replace resistance with trust. It means acting with intention, but without attachment to results. The Buddha called this right effort, doing your part fully, then letting life take care of the rest. Control seeks domination. Surrender seeks harmony. Think of a sailor guiding a boat across the sea. They cannot control the wind or the waves, but they can adjust the sails. They do not curse the storm. They learn to work with it. So too in life we can steer our choices, but not the outcomes. Freedom lies not in mastering the sea, but in mastering our response to it. When you feel the need to control, notice where it arises in your body. The tightness in your chest, the clenched jaw, the shallow breath. These sensations are signs of resistance, the body's way of saying, you are trying to hold what cannot be held. Breathe deeply and whisper, I release. Feel the body soften as life begins to flow again. There is a story of a disciple who struggled with anxiety. He said to his teacher, Master, I plan everything, yet nothing goes as expected. The teacher smiled and handed him a cup of water. Hold it, he said. The disciple gripped it tightly, water spilling over the edges. Now hold it gently. The disciple relaxed his hand, and the cup became steady. Do you see, the master said, when you hold life too tightly, it spills away. Hold it lightly, and you can carry it with ease. Letting go of control requires faith, not blind faith in fate, but deep trust in the intelligence of life. Everything in existence, from the blooming of flowers to the turning of stars, unfolds according to causes and conditions far beyond our comprehension. You are part of that great unfolding. When you stop fighting it, you discover that life has always been guiding you, even through detours and delays. The Buddha taught that clinging arises from ignorance, the ignorance that believes we are separate from the flow of the universe. But when you see clearly, you understand that you and life are not two. You are the river itself. The currents may twist and turn, but they are all moving toward the same vast ocean. In relationships, control often disguises itself as love. We want to protect those we care for to ensure their happiness. But love that demands control is fear in disguise. True love is freedom, the willingness to let another walk their path, even when it differs from yours. Love says, I trust your journey, even when I do not understand it. To practice surrender, try this: close your eyes and bring to mind one situation you are trying to control. See it clearly. Then imagine placing it in your hands and offering it to the universe, saying, I have done my part. Now I release the outcome. Feel the relief that comes when you let go of the weight that was never yours to carry. Surrender also means trusting your own inner wisdom. Control often comes from fear that we will make the wrong choice. But within you, there is a quiet intelligence, the same intelligence that makes your heart beat and your lungs breathe. When you are still enough, it speaks through intuition. Trust that voice more than the noise of fear. There is a profound peace that comes when you stop trying to force life into your design. You begin to see that every twist of fate, every delay, every unexpected event is part of a larger pattern, one that you do not need to understand to appreciate. The Buddha said, let go of what you think should happen and be at peace with what is happening. That is the heart of freedom. When you surrender, you align yourself with life's rhythm. You stop swimming upstream and allow the current to carry you. You still move, still choose, still act, but your actions flow from harmony, not struggle. Life becomes less about control and more about cooperation. Try this reflection tonight. Sit quietly, breathe deeply, and ask yourself, what am I resisting right now? Listen to the answer without judgment. Then whisper, may I trust the flow of life? Feel the breath as a wave passing through you, rising, falling, effortless. Surrender is not the end of action. It is the beginning of wisdom. It is the understanding that peace does not come from bending the world to your will, but from bending your will to the truth of the moment. When you stop trying to control life, you do not lose power. You discover real power, the power to remain serene in the midst of change, open in the face of uncertainty, and grateful for the mystery that guides it all. In the next part, we will explore trust and faith, how believing in the unseen rhythm of the universe deepens peace, and how spiritual confidence grows not from certainty, but from surrender. Trust is the quiet song of the soul that hums beneath all fear. It is the soft voice that whispers, "Even this has purpose." In Buddhism, faith sadha is not blind belief in something outside yourself. It is the direct knowing that life, even in its chaos, unfolds with wisdom. It is the calm assurance that every moment, no matter how painful, belongs exactly where it is. The Buddha once said, "As the solid mountain is unshaken by the storm, even so the wise remain unmoved by praise or blame." But what makes that mountain so steady? It is trust in the ground that holds it, trust in the seasons that shape it, trust in the impermanence that constantly remakes it. To live with trust is to live like that mountain, anchored not in certainty, but in peace with uncertainty. So much of human suffering arises from doubt. We doubt ourselves, our worth, our path, and the unseen order of life. We grasp at guarantees, yet life offers none. The Buddha taught that doubt, vicikicca, is one of the 5 hindrances to awakening because it closes the heart. Doubt says, "I will open when I am sure." Trust says, "I will open even though I am not." True faith is not built on the absence of fear. It grows in the soil of fear, watered by surrender. When you have walked through darkness and still bowed to the light that is faith, when you cannot see the next step, yet still breathe and move forward, that is trust. Imagine a child learning to walk. The ground is uncertain, the steps wobbly, but the child moves forward because something inside whispers, "I can." That same whisper lives within you. It is the voice of life itself, always guiding you toward growth. The Buddha's teaching was never about believing blindly, but about discovering that trust through experience. Trust begins with yourself. You cannot trust life if you do not trust your own heart. Too often we silence intuition, the inner knowing that quietly points us toward peace. We choose logic over wisdom, fear over flow. Yet the heart, when calm, is the Buddha within. Its whispers may be soft, but they are true. To rebuild trust in yourself, practice listening. When faced with a choice, pause and ask, "What feels peaceful?" The mind may argue endlessly, but the body never lies. A calm breath is the voice of alignment. Tension is the sign of resistance. Follow the path that brings stillness, even if it scares you. There is a story from the Buddhist texts of a traveler who came to a wide river with no bridge in sight. On the far bank stood a monk watching him. "How do I get across?" shouted the traveler. The monk smiled. "You are already on the other side." Confused, the traveler looked down and realized the river was shallow enough to wade through. Trust is like that realization. When we stop demanding certainty, the path reveals itself under our feet. Trust also means releasing the illusion that life owes us explanations. The human mind seeks reasons for every joy and sorrow, but not all truths fit into logic. Some are meant to be lived, not solved. When you let go of the need to understand everything, space opens for grace to enter. The Buddha taught that wisdom and trust grow together. Wisdom sees clearly, and trust allows acceptance of what cannot yet be seen. You may have noticed that every difficult moment eventually passes. Every pain softens. Every night gives way to dawn. This is the pattern of existence. Trust is remembering that pattern even in darkness. When you cannot see the sun, trust that it is still shining behind the clouds. To cultivate trust, start by reflecting on your own life. Look at the moments you once thought would break you, but instead shaped you. The job you lost that led to a deeper calling. The heartbreak that taught compassion. The failure that planted humility. See how even suffering became a teacher. That realization is the seed of faith. Faith also grows in gratitude. When you pause to notice the countless unseen miracles sustaining you, the air, the heartbeat, the warmth of sunlight, you begin to sense that you are supported by something vast and kind. Gratitude opens the door to trust because it shifts your focus from what is missing to what is already given. Try this meditation. Sit quietly and place a hand over your heart. With each inhale, say softly, "I trust life." With each exhale, "I release fear." Repeat until you feel the words sinking below, thought becoming truth. When doubts arise later in the day, return to that breath, that mantra, that knowing. Trust does not guarantee that life will be easy. It guarantees that you will not face it alone. For when you trust life, you move with it. The universe becomes your companion, not your adversary. The river that once frightened you becomes your reflection. There will still be storms, moments when everything you believed feels uncertain. But trust is not the absence of those storms. It is the anchor that holds you steady through them. Even as the winds howl, you can whisper, "This too belongs. This too shall pass." The Buddha's path is a path of deep trust, trust in the Dharma, in the law of cause and effect, in the unfolding of wisdom within every being. The lotus does not doubt the mud. It trusts that from the darkness, beauty will bloom. You too are that lotus. Each time you let go of control, you are practicing trust. Each time you choose compassion over fear, you are living faith. Trust is not learned from books. It is lived through surrender. Tonight, before sleep, recall a moment of uncertainty in your day. Breathe deeply and say, "I do not need to know the way. I only need to take the next step." Feel the calm that comes when you stop forcing answers and start resting in the mystery. In the next and final part, we will explore awakening the culmination of this journey, how peace is not a destination, but a realization that you were never apart from it, and how living awake means meeting every moment as the Buddha within. Awakening is not the thunderclap of enlightenment that arrives suddenly from the heavens. It is the slow unfolding of dawn after the longest night. It is the quiet realization that peace was never something to find, but something that was never lost. The Buddha called this bodhi a state of profound seeing, the moment you remember what you have always been. To awaken is to see life as it truly is, not as the mind imagines it to be. It is to look at the world without the filters of fear, judgment, or desire. You see that everything joy and sorrow gain, and loss, birth, and death flows together in a great dance of impermanence. The awakened one no longer fights the rhythm of change. They move with it gracefully, knowing that nothing real can ever be destroyed. The Buddha described his awakening under the Bodhi tree as seeing the morning star and realizing I, the earth, and all beings are enlightened together. In that single moment, separation dissolved. He did not become something new. He remembered that he had never been apart from the whole. That same potential lives in you. Every breath is a chance to remember. We spend our lives seeking peace in places where it cannot last, in possessions, achievements, relationships, approval. But the more we chase, the farther peace runs. Awakening is the turning of the gaze inward, discovering that what we have sought outside has always been shining quietly within. When the chase ends, peace begins. Imagine standing beside a still lake at dawn. The sky is reflected perfectly on its surface. When the wind blows, the reflection distorts. But when the water settles, the sky reappears. The lake never lost the sky, it only needed stillness to remember it. So it is with the mind. Beneath thought, beneath emotion, there is a luminous awareness, untouched, unchanging, infinite. This is the Buddha nature within you. Awakening is not a supernatural state reserved for monks or mystics. It is the simple, radical act of being fully alive. It is the moment you stop arguing with life and start embracing it. The Buddha taught, when the mind is pure, joy follows like a shadow that never leaves. Purity of mind is not moral perfection. It is clarity, the end of confusion. To awaken, you do not need to escape the world. You need to see it clearly. Washing dishes, walking in the rain, comforting a friend, all can be acts of awakening when done with full awareness. Each moment is a door, and presence is the key. There is a story of a student who asked his teacher, "What is enlightenment?" The teacher replied, "When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep." The student frowned. "Isn't that what everyone does?" The teacher smiled. "No, most people are distracted while eating and restless while sleeping." Awakening is that simple, to live what you live, to be what you are completely. The awakened heart moves through the world gently. It knows that anger harms the one who holds it, that greed blinds the one who feeds it, that love is the only thing that grows when shared. Awakening is not withdrawal from life. It is the deepest participation in it, guided by compassion and clarity. You may wonder, how will I know when I am awake? The answer is subtle when you stop asking. When the search for enlightenment itself dissolves into stillness, when every breath feels enough, when you no longer seek to arrive because you realize you are already home, that is awakening. The awakened person still feels sadness, still experiences loss and pain, but they meet it without resistance. They no longer drown in emotion. They float within it. Suffering becomes the teacher, not the enemy. Pain still visits, but suffering ends because the mind no longer says, "This should not be happening." To live awakened is to live in harmony with all beings. You see yourself in the eyes of others, in the bird's flight, in the dying leaf, in the stranger's smile. You realize that every life is connected, every breath shared. Compassion flows naturally because you no longer see self and other. There is only one great being breathing through countless forms. The Buddha once told his disciples, "Just as a candle cannot burn without fire, men cannot live without a spiritual life." Awakening is that fire, the inner light that gives warmth to your humanity. It burns away ignorance and reveals the gold beneath the ashes of habit and fear. Awakening is also humility. To see clearly is to understand how little we truly control. You bow to the mystery not out of defeat, but reverence. You no longer demand answers from life. You listen to its silence. In that silence, truth speaks not in words, but in presence. To awaken fully, practice gratitude for everything, even what hurts. Each sorrow has been a doorway to compassion. Each failure, a lesson in humility. The Buddha said, "No mud, no lotus." Without suffering, you would never seek freedom. Without confusion, you would never long for clarity. The mud and the lotus are not opposites. They are partners in your becoming. Try this reflection. Sit quietly and close your eyes. Bring to mind one event in your life that caused deep pain. Breathe into it gently and whisper, "Thank you for teaching me." Feel how that gratitude transforms the memory, not erasing the pain, but illuminating it. This is awakening, not escape, but transmutation. When awakening dawns, life ceases to feel like a series of problems to solve and becomes a miracle to behold. Every sound, every face, every breath is seen as sacred. You begin to live not for arrival, but for appreciation. You realize that enlightenment is not the end of the path, it is the beginning of truly living. And so, this journey circles back to where it began, to the simple breath, to awareness, to peace. The Buddha's path is not about reaching heaven, but discovering the heaven within the radiant stillness that was never lost, only forgotten. Tonight, as you close your eyes, let go of seeking, let go of becoming. Whisper softly, "I am home." Feel that truth settle in your heart. There is nothing more to do, nowhere else to go. You are the light you were searching for. May this understanding guide you through all storms, anchor you in compassion, and remind you always that awakening is not somewhere far away. It is here now in every conscious breath you take.